The session today, before I start, just to let you know, will be recorded. And that is about to happen now. That's right, it's just been put through the hearing day or on the way.
It's just.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, staff. Thanks for being here bright and breezy and set for this very important day. To see, hello, on green. I'll just talk with my outside voice. Today is all about developing our 2026-27 annual plan, which is revised from our long-term plan of year 3. The revision has been done after we made a resolution in Cromwell that will return to our ratepayers a zero rate position, meaning that the amount of rates that we charged in this year will be reflected as the same amount for next year. Staff have gone away and prepared the document for today on that basis and have successfully achieved that goal. Today is about outlining that process and outlining the tools that they've used, which are the tools that we have had and used in our box over the last for the last plan, which has been delving into our systems and finding savings where they could and efficiencies, using where we had rated and created surpluses in previous years, taking those forward and not putting those into reserve, but taking those forward to ease the pressure for this year. And with the large scale funding is applying that same process we did last year was to reserve when we start using that large scale funders to reserve fund the first portion of that. We have got some time frames within the process, but I would like to encourage questions and discussions as we go through, and I'll carefully monitor that time frame. So if we're tootling along and that's going to schedule, we will just keep it reasonably open so we have good opportunity for questions. Staff have a very good presentation for us, and I would hope that councillors would feel free to ask questions as we go along, and I will just manage those as time restraints come on to us. So just before we start, Councillor Laws.
Can you just take me through what we're actually seeking to achieve today, please? I'm not clear from the items that have placed before us.
Today we are trying to achieve a greater understanding of the work plans that we have in place and of the costings of those work plans and how they affect rates over the next 12 months. And we are also trying to give some direction by our broad talks that we are sufficiently comfortable for staff then to go away and prepare us a draft budget for February. And that draft budget will have some assumptions on it because we are well aware of government coming out. I think it's on the 9th of this month with the RMA reforms that may have some ramifications on the budgets that we currently have assumed.
The reason I asked the question is because I'm struggling to see where my policy input's going to be, and I'm thinking this is a bit of waste of time already. So I've got this information in front of me, which is a presentation. I don't need a presentation. I can read it for myself. Thanks very much. I want to have an input into policy making. And I don't want to let staff just go off and dream up their own budget. I actually want to have an input into how that budget's prioritised, how it's broken down, so that I'm confident that the expenditure for 26-27 is appropriate. Where do I get to play that role today?
You can impart those views as you go through each section, and also for many councillors, this is a very good opportunity to listen and understand what other councillors' opinions on various parts of the process are. And having 5 new councillors around the table, I think it's a very good opportunity for them to understand it, from a staff's point of view, what those work programs are and what those budgets are. So yes, I have read all the documents as well and got a reasonably good understanding of those, but I'm looking for the staff's nuances around those figures, and I'm looking for the reaction of our fellow councillors to see how together as a group we set a direction.
So the questions that we might want to ask, if they're general, not specifically aligned to the papers that are in front of us, when do we get to ask those?
You can ask those at any stage, and I will decide as chair whether we need to, in fact, take those to a different medium and go through those requests.
Well, the reason I ask that question is because I want to know what the assumptions are behind the papers that are presented today. So I want to know how the budget's constructed to reach these particular figures, to be able to then be able to drill down and ensure that I know what the priorities areas should be for this council for 26-27.
So the budgets that you've got today, the combination of things. Yeah, when we set the long-term plan, we set detail for years 1, 2, and 3, and less detail from years 4 outwards. So that that's part of it, and you'll see that later on in terms of the comparatives. The key, I guess, input into the development of these budgets is actually that this year, the year we are currently in now, and the budget that we had set by council for this year, year 2, particularly given the direction we had from Councillor Cromwell last week to ensure that average rate rise was 0. We very much used the current year, year 2, 25-26, as a start point for that. So those are the 2, I guess, baseline budgets. LTP year 3 that was set 2 years ago, and year 2 annual plan, the current year that we're in, that was set in May this year. So they are the inputs that have led to staff working on a budget as per council's direction last week, which is what we're going to take you through today.
Well, can I give you then an overall question as to what's not in here, but I'd like to know, and it hasn't been in here for the last 2 budgets, so that's why I'm going to ask. 2 years ago, this council gave its staff a 5% salary increase across the range. A year ago, it was 4.5%. Neither of those figures were put in front of us during the annual plan or long-term planning times. What's the salary increase proposed for 26-27 that underpins these figures for staff, please?
So the total costs of staff are in one of Nick's slides this afternoon in terms of our proposal, and I can't remember off the top of my head, it's somewhere around the 2.6% increase in personnel costs between this year and next year.
That's not the question I asked. What's the pay increase going to be?
We haven't set the pay increase.
But you set it 2 years ago at 5%.
No, we didn't. We set a salary amount for personnel costs. We don't determine the final salary increase. We've got a number of things that feed into that. We've got union negotiations, we've got budgeting constraints during the year, and then that leads to us setting something that is within the band of the staff personnel costs that is set within any annual plan.
So you're saying that the information when I asked last year that what was the pay increase, the average pay increase for staff, and you answered 4.5%. That wasn't accurate.
That's what we applied last year.
4.5% average salary increase for ORC staff.
I'd have to check with Nick, but it was
No, that's orally. I'm not going. I don't. Yeah, and it was 5% the year beforehand. So that's why I'm asking. You must have budgeted for the 26-27 year for a salary increase for the staff that you're going to have left, or that you're not going, or you're going to be paying. I'm asking, what is that sum?
The increase is 2.67%. Based on previous years, I would say that will land us somewhere between 3 and 4% in terms of the average that we are able to apply once we get to that point in discussions.
Thank you. Comfortable. Thank you, Michael.
Could I,
Certainly, Chair.
not a question, but just to say, is this a time to put an apology in for Gretchen, who's
Yes, and my apologies for everyone for not, I have that noted on my scribble pad here, but I have not activated that. So there is an apology from Councillor Robertson for today.
she's really not
Yep.
not well, and the doctor's told her to keep away from us, I think. I don't know how he put it quite, but stay away from work for a week or so to get better.
Thank you. So with that, you have the outline of and my interpretation of how this will run this next period. So I'll now hand over to Richard, our CE, to give his outline of the process and where staff and council before Jasmine and the team come forward.
Thanks, Kevin. I won't be long. We'll just get Jasmine into it. Just on the microphones. I see Andrew's about to toss us off the desk. The first time you press them, it'll take a little bit while to warm up, and then they'll be good to go. So they are working. They just take a little while to warm up. So
I know how they feel.
governance.
Yeah. Need a
all
coffee.
right.
Or a
So
coffee.
yeah, look, it is lot to get through today. The session's broken into two key core parts. And Jasmine will talk you through this, but we have been aware of the request for previous councils to provide greater detail within work programs, and we started that last year. And then what you've got in front of you today is, which has been circulated previously, is a I guess I see that as an improved iteration of that, which provides much more detail than we had provided previously around what is happening within those work areas, information on FTEs, information on expenditure, and probably critically for this year, changes that we have applied to budgets in those areas to help us achieve the overall 0%. So that's listed towards the bottom of those sections. So opportunities today to work through those, to ask the GMs where there are areas you wanted to delve into a little bit more, and hopefully come out with a fairly good understanding of what is being proposed within those areas. And then we move into the financial part of the day. So obviously that's a critical part of annual plan, long-term plan processes, but we want to start with the what are we proposing to do piece before we move into what is the overall outcome in terms of the budget that we've built for this stage in the process. So an opportunity this afternoon to go through that and have a look in detail around the revenue and expenditure assumptions that are sitting behind the overall budget. So as it stands, what you have in front of you does achieve the resolution, and as Kevin explained, we've taken essentially there's three different ways in which we have there's three parts to the savings or the reduction in rating that we've applied. One is just overall savings, where we've pulled back expenditure where we felt we could. Number two is in that large scale environment fund where we are in a position that we don't think we will give any of it away this year. So we have applied the same principle as we applied in last year's annual plan, where if we give any of it away next year, so if the process is up and running, then that amount would be reserve funded, so it's not currently included as a rateable item. So we've just moved that decision that was made last year forward another year. So that's another item that can be discussed today. And then the third thing is that we know already this year that we have significant underspends in some areas, and largely they are in our policy and planning area because of the plan freeze implemented by the government. Again, we've rated for that activity. It's all general rate funded. So where we are rated for an activity and we know we're not going to spend it, we have proposed to use this year's rates for next year's work program rather than rating for it again. So it's effectively a carry forward, if you like. And so those are the three ways in which we've achieved the reduction in overall rate take requirement to get us down to, I think at the moment it's sitting at negative 0.8%. And obviously that will change between now and as we tidy things up and get some feedback. So those are the three things we'll work through this afternoon, but just sort of setting out that's the approach staff took to get there. We have been very careful in terms of impacting anything that would be considered a reduction in a level of service that was put forward through the long-term plan process. And you can see in the bottom of those A3s towards the bottom of that service delivery where we're flagging our assessment of whether or not the changes proposed do impact that. The last thing that I would say is that there are some, and Anita will talk you through this when we get to that. We are still very uncertain in the policy and planning space for obvious reasons. We have included in this proposal some work that we feel at this stage, based on the information we've got, is work that it is worth the ORC undertaking in the coming year. We will know far more about our the expectations that will be placed on us and the work that ORC will need to do in 26-27 from next week through to early next year when we start working through the new resource management legislation. So good to have a discussion about that today, but I'd encourage us probably not to dive into that too much because we will get the opportunity to talk to you all based on the resource management reform legislation about what work you would like us to undertake as part of that program. But until we see that legislation, that will be draft legislation next week, then it's very hard for us to get real clarity. So again, there's a whole section on it in here and we can talk about it, but I suppose from my position, having worked through it with Anita and the rest of ELT, that is an area we know we will have to have more conversations with council on once we know a little bit more about the direction the government's taking in that area. So just flagging that one. Otherwise, we have got some ups and downs in terms of contract costs increasing. That is, we are subject to the same pressures as everyone else in the community. So we've offset those with other savings where we can. We have got increases, particularly with Queenstown Transport, that you'll see this afternoon. That is an area because of increased services and a decision made last year to fund a portion of this year's delivery through savings. We'll be able to make that up in future years. So there are a couple of areas that in the targeted rate side that will see increases, but again, overall, we've managed to get it in under zero as directed last week. So good chance to dig into that this afternoon. So that's probably all you need from me before we actually get into the discussion proper with the team.
Good work, Richard.
Kate and then Michael.
Thank you, Richard, and really good to read this through. It is going to come right if the battery wasn't in for it. The question I have is that we've got some statutory things we need to deliver, some that can be delivered a different non-statutory way but get the same outcome, and then there's some mandatory stuff. And as we go through this, I think it's a really good conversation if the staff can talk about that this has to be done, and if we're delivering more, I mean, compliance is one. We have to have compliance stuff. I kind of get that, but if we're delivering at the national norm, or if we've got more, that sort of stuff, and I'd be really interested in understanding how that works as we go through it as well, if that's possible. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yep.
Michael.
I was just going to ask very quickly on that resource management reform. We know already that the government has said that they're going to introduce the legislation.
To what? To introduce?
We know that already the government has said they're going to introduce the legislation next year, but they don't expect it to be passed prior to the election.
No, other way around. So introduced and passed. So maybe we've heard different messages from Minister Bishop. He was adamant the resource management legislation would be passed before the election. That's been a very, very strong message from him all the way through. So sorry, maybe it's just a miss. Yeah. Okay, mate.
I'll show you I'll show the article on that one. But I'm just questioning, are you going to make the assumptions when the legislation is introduced into Parliament from there, are you? So the discussion would be what, March next year or February next
So
year?
we expect the legislation to be introduced before Christmas.
Before Christmas?
Yeah, and in fact, it's likely to be next week from what we understand. That will give us, while it is still subject to select committee process, it will give us enough of an idea to make much more informed recommendations to council about the work we feel should be undertaken in that 26-27 year. And so it may still be subject to changes through that final legislative process, but I think there will be enough there for us to be confident about what work we need to do. At the moment, it's not guesswork because we still have information from MFA and from ministers about what to expect, but it is certainly lacking a lot of the detail that we will get out of the draft legislation that will help us really refine that work program.
Comfortable?
Yep.
And Councillor Kelleher way down the end there.
Thank you.
It used to be over here, sir, didn't you?
I did.
Right,
I
yeah,
have
yeah.
to talk loud.
I can see you
Way down
now.
that
I
evening.
can see you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Gary.
Quick question just around, over the past 2 to 3 years, we have certainly escalated the scale of the organisation, well, of the council. The people on the ground is more. It has flowed through to a lot more things being done on the ground, and especially in the consent space, the compliance enforcement space. More people out on the ground, more people doing things, more complaints to me about overreach and council being more involved. And I just had another example a couple of days ago. What's presented to us today, is that a continuum of business as we saw prior to the request for a zero rates increase and the expressions from the government on what they are going to change with regional council? So is that a continuation as we were, say, a month ago? Is that what's presented today?
So I think probably best to have that conversation with Joe when we get to that third sheet, the regulatory sheet. But what I would say is we meet our requirements under current legislation in terms of the regulatory functions that we have. I know I have those conversations similar to you. People who haven't had to engage with consenting and compliance previously because ORC didn't do it properly, and the reviews we had told us that, don't necessarily like being subject to those processes, but I'm satisfied we run them as we should under the current law. That may change. Well, it's likely to change. The government has signalled it will change. What we're proposing at the moment, and you'll see it in here, there are some savings through regulatory, but they are it is largely a continuation of the work that we have been doing for the last few years in that space.
Right. So the scale that we evolved to say a point a month ago is what is presented here. So I think you have answered my question.
Yeah, and I think I won't get into any more detail because I'll let Joe run you through, or when we run through that regulatory sheet, that'll be the chance to dig into it a little bit more.
Yeah, no, my question, it encompassed everything,
Yeah.
but no, I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
so no, look, overall, the scale of the organisation next year, I think we're dropping 4 or 5 FTEs from what we are currently, but I would summarise it as the scale staying consistent to where we are currently and have been for the last couple of years. Thank you.
Excellent. Desmond and the team?
Yep. It's 26, 27. So it's just.
You need another microphone, do we? Or can we share?
There is
We have a spare here. We have a spare here.
Really?
I think good idea. Thank Excuse me, we all see it? Thank you. And Jasmine.
Koto, thank you for the opportunity to introduce the outline for the day to you. As Councillor Malcolm and the CE have explained, we'll go through each of the LTP activities in a bit more detail, and then there's the financial outline after lunch, and also an introduction to approaches for informing or engaging the community on the annual plan. So our communications and marketing and partnerships and engagement teams will come and talk to you about that. As you will be very aware, we are at the workshop stage of the annual plan process. The recent councillor briefing and the report last week outlined that the corporate planning processes to you. This review is of the LTP year 3. However, we've taken this current year as the starting point. Annual plan decisions are subject to LGA processes. So it's important to consider the significance of change and how material that is, and that will dictate to some degree the approach that we take to informing consulting or a formal consultation process as we go through. So the starting point of annual plan year 3, this diagram is straight out of that annual plan, which shows the total expenditure of 140 million and the breakdown by our activity groups. Within each of those groups, there's a number of underlying activities, and then showing you the funding source. In the report to council last week, there was also a table showing you where LTP year 3 was in terms of expenditure and funding. So the process today, as already outlined, we're reflecting council direction, both the year 3 LTP, which had expanded work programs and costs, and also reflects the direction from council last week, where we're with a 0% overall rates revenue increase. So staff have worked to reduce expenditure, but without materially reducing delivery. So there's been various iterations and a lot of working behind the scenes with managers, the finance business partners, the organisational planning and performance team, GMs and ELT, to really work through all of the delivery commitments and looking at what's in current year programs and what potential adjustments we feel are appropriate, and the GMs will talk through that as we go. In terms of the activity snapshot posters, so at the top we have what we're trying to achieve under that activity, some of those core deliverables that the community see, those outputs that we provide to the community, the teams that contribute to the activities, and on the right hand side the operational expenditure, your CapEx and rates. Those figures are the thousands of dollars, then whereas the more detailed ones are the kind of actual figures. However, the list of changes, it doesn't capture everything across the board. There's also been kind of small reductions in might be something like advertising or different sort of efficiencies, but at a lower level, and we didn't feel it was relevant to put every single line in there. Also, that list doesn't include the overheads or the staff costs. It's kind of the external expenditure on it. So that it won't tally up exactly to the difference at the top. We've provided as well the funding split, just to give you an idea of how much it's going to change the rating impact and how much it might be a grant funded or fees and charges, etc. And as Richard said, we've tried to indicate an assessment of impacts on levels of service, or where it actually we will need to adjust the service measures as written in the LTP. And Vanessa's working with managers on the few of those where changes are needed.
Good.
And I will pass
Gary.
over.
Yep.
Sorry, can I just say, these are great. These are the best presentation I think we've seen for years.
Gary.
They're clear.
You need to speak
They
that
show-
into the
They're clear. They are, everything that we need to see is here, and they're consistent across the each of the activities. Well done.
Thank you.
Neil.
Can I suggest you patent them and sell them to other councils?
No. Oh, revenue source.
Yes.
Hang on.
Right. Back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
All right, morning. We're starting with governance community engagement on the A3 in front of you. These activities largely sit in the strategy and customer portfolio, but as the slide says, Penny, the people in corporate function also look after insurance, legal and the legal counsel support, so internal comps. So if there's questions on those, Penny will be able to answer those. And the other part of this budget is sits with Richard in terms of the leadership team and EA admin support. So, the A3 is pretty self-explanatory for our budget. I'm really happy to answer questions, or I'm happy to give a brief overview if that's helpful. I don't want to.
I think if you give the overview and then we'll spark into questions, I would hope.
Yeah, perfect. So I guess our budget, or our proposed activities between largely similar to year 2. We've got a mix of our activities being mandatory, as in they are part of levels of service in the annual plan, in the long-term plan. So things like the climate built governance support yourselves, some of our strategy work is embedded as levels of service, but then some of our other work in terms of partnerships and engagement and comms and marketing is more of a support function. So flexes depending on the work program of the organisation. I think the two big changes compared for year 3 compared to year 2 was obviously year 2 we had elections, which was a large expenditure cost. This is rated though across the 3 years, so there is still a rates impact for elections in year 3. We also had we had an increase this year for the community survey, which will be delivered within this financial year, so we don't need that budget next financial year. We've also got some increases next year because we have got the LT long-term plan to deliver, and so things like audit fees, increased comms and marketing budget to advertising and consultant engage on that long-term plan do result in an increase.
Hilary.
Are we just at this stage? I mean, we've got to take no notice of what's happening up in Wellington at some level, but are we looking at what might change with some of these things? I mean, so we know well enough that if they woke up one morning and said, okay, you're out of here, at the end of this financial year, you guys are gone and whatever. Can we then say, okay, that area of work won't, if we were passing that on in July this year or July next year or whenever, are we in a position to know what difference it would make, or is it just too uncertain anyway? So
yeah, I think my view of that is probably it's too uncertain. I guess if there is a large, in terms of the large chunks of cost in this area, if regional council laws weren't a thing anymore, you might save some money. However, if you've got regional commissioners and transition boards and all that sort of stuff, arguably you'd still need to fund those in some way. So you might see some reductions. In 3 years' time, if we don't have elections, that is a significant budget reduction. But again, for year 3, I think it's too early to tell. I guess you could look at the comms and marketing budget and say, well, if we're not doing a chunk of work, do we still need the same amount of funding? But actually, a lot of having looked at the projects, those big planning processes are a part, but they're budgeted in the project areas. We've still got a lot of ongoing sort of business as usual campaigns and media and all of that stuff that continues. So I think at this point in time, it would be too soon to predict what those changes will look like. And also you've got implementation timeframes which seem to be beyond year 3. But obviously if information became available, we'd
Well, that's, yeah,
pivot to
what
it.
I was gonna, is at the moment, I've signalled potentially a decision in March, subject to the feedback when the submission is closed, 25th, isn't it? So if that's the case, there is time between then and setting the annual plan to reflect any changes or decisions that are made by the government within this financial year. So similar, I guess, to the resource management, where we've taken a position based on what we know currently. If that changes, then we would just need to look at that and reflect it in next year's annual plan, and depending on it, when that decision is made, hopefully we'll have time. And looking at other things like the Three Waters, depending on timing of decisions, then you can get further guidance, or you may receive further guidance from DIA around some of our statutory processes that they sort of instruct how councils may apply those through future annual plans. So there's a whole lot of things that might happen towards the start of next year.
So it's sort of the opposite of what's top of mind, what's bottom of mind, because we've got it in the back of our mind. And then we just move into the make God laugh, tell them your plans time.
That was a question.
Good answer, Amanda. Kate, then Michael.
Well, just looking at the efficiency and cost of reductions, and maybe it's too late to even be getting on this ballpark considering where the government's going, but one of our, section 17A of, I can't remember what chapter it is, the sharing and the efficiency drive. The question I have, and because Gary just talked about these wonderful templates we've got, how much of the processes are we sharing in order to have them looking alike? Because one of the solutions for this government may be that we merge some rural. There are some reasons why you may want to see different templates being used across boundaries that exist now, so that it is easier to transition to potentially different solutions.
So do you mean sharing with other councils?
Yeah, so I mean, the processes or the way that we reflect in our annual plan how similar it looks to other people's annual plans, so that they could be potentially merged together. How does that? Is there any efficiencies in that process, or is it too hard to do at the moment? Because that isn't something you've got there as a cost reduction as shared.
So I probably look to Jasmine to support me on this answer, but the annual plan is very prescribed by legislation. So my understanding is the annual plans look very similar across councils. There's also really active sector staff groups who are constantly sharing information on developing corporate plans and outcome indicators and monitoring and developing these things. There's also Taitura, the staff-led local government group, provides a lot of advice around annual plan and LTP formations, and there's already LTP learning and development sessions ahead of that kicking off next year. So my sense is there's quite a lot of active collaboration and sharing, but I guess Jason or Joanne, did you want to add anything to that?
That's good. It's just they often look different when they come to the table. Yes. Presentations even could be potentially.
Yeah, and I guess the audit process also looks at that consistency and overview across all of the annual plans. So if we were out of whack, that would be highlighted there. But I think each council also needs to respond to its governance tables, its different activities, its different where it is in growth cycles. So, this is incredibly hard work led out of the organisation performance and planning to respond to the request we've had around this table for more information and more visibility.
Thank you.
Yep, Michael's next. Yep.
I'm not quite sure I share your optimism, Gary. Here we go. I'm looking at the budgeted staff here, and the problem that I've got is I don't know what they do or how effective they are. So that's the problem I've always had every year. Can I take, for a good example here, communications and marketing, for which you are proposing under the draft to lose 1.4 FTEs, and it seems transfer them to partnerships and engagement, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case because they're going up 104. But I don't know if our communication and marketing needs 12.2 employees full stop. See, that's the problem. And I don't know how effective our communications and marketing is. It's another issue, you see, because we haven't done any evaluation of that from an external reference point of view. So we've got 58 FTEs in this particular area, but we still don't have an ability to determine whether or not this is an effective expenditure or that the quality of expenditure justifies the continual staffing or rates relief. And so if I could just take you through that, for example, 12 communications and marketing staff seems an awful lot to me, but then I see it's matched by a whole series of other stuff. 4.4 partnerships and engagement staff, I actually don't know what they do. 9.6 customer and governance staff, I don't know what they do. You've got 4 legal counsel and support, 4. And yet we go outside for an enormous amount of expertise when it comes to consents and for legal advice. So in all of those areas, I mean, you're putting in front of this and saying, well, the real reason that we're actually not going to be increasing staff is that we're going to increase them between 10 and 15 for the next year anyhow, above where the FTEs are at the moment. And I'm looking at this and going, how do I know that the expenditure within this budget is well spent? Can you help me there, Chief Executive, Mr. Chief Executive? How do I know that that's how many staff that you need in these areas?
Well, I mean, that's part of the role, I guess, through the portfolios. And if there's an area, so in the past, ORC's done consent reviews where there were concerns. That was just before I arrived. And we've done it in other areas as well. This reflects our assessment of the work that is required to deliver the direction that the council table's given us previously. And we've gone through that this year, and obviously the LTP had some increase in resources. We've had a look at it and said we think we can deliver the work for less resources than we've got, and that's what we've applied, and you know, that's reflected through these different pages. So, but we're up for that conversation at any time if there's a particular area of the business that council wants to look at in greater detail to determine, or to get a better understanding. Because I mean, I do find it a little bit funny that some of these roles, you know, customer and governance, customer services, and the governance staff, you see that put agendas together and are at this table every time you meet. So there are some things here that I think if we need to provide a bit more information, we can. But that really needs to be driven by this table, probably through the portfolio leads under the new model, with your GM, and we can deliver those that information to help you better understand and help you make an assessment about what further direction you want to give us, myself, down to the GMs through the staff in any of these areas.
Listen, I don't think we're unique in this particular situation. This week, the Wellington City Council, for example, I just put this in as a point of reference, so to show that we're not breaking new ground. But the Wellington City Council set up a finance and revenue review working group. It's chaired by the Deputy Mayor. It includes the new Mayor, Andrew Little, and a number of councillors, and its job is to do exactly this: evaluate the priority of the spend and the effectiveness of the spend in each of those portfolio areas. This after a Deloitte's report, as you're probably aware, suggested that the Wellington City Council is carrying 350 extra FTEs that they don't need, but the ratepayer is funding. So I'm just saying that there are obviously other councils, and a new mayor with a strong political credentials come into Wellington and is going segment by segment through each of those to test, and with a governance overview. You don't have a problem with that?
No, it's your prerogative.
Thank you very much.
Gary, then Kate.
We have 4 FTEs under financial planning and analysis. How is that different to the 15.7 FTEs we have in finance under internal services?
Pass to Nick, so it's actually what I should have said at the start as well. Yeah, that part of this program sits in Nick's area.
So financial planning analysis is Sean and his team. They do all the management, accounting, and do all this budget work, all the financial planning and budgeting, and then the monthly management reporting. So they work closely with all the GMs and managers and our budget holders on all the internal accounting. Finance is a combination of where it says finance, it's got the revenue and rates team, and then it's got the reporting payables team, and they also do financial reporting out of there. So that's our statutory financial reporting, like producing the annual plan and the annual financial statements. But they're doing all the transactional processing. So one's they're both internal focused in that. In the finance team, they're still dealing with payroll, all the accounts payable, all the rates and revenue, and the external facing reporting, GST, all the tax requirements, all of that. The financial planning and analysis is, apart from the fact that it goes into the annual plan and LTP, it's internally focused, working with the business to actually produce all the financials that you're looking at today.
And we need 4 FTEs to do that.
Yeah, we've got Sean as the manager, and we've got 3 business partners who sit across the various directorates, of which they actually sit across, 2 of them sit across 2 directorates. We have one solely for transport because the financial analysis in there is very complex.
Okay, thank you.
Kate, then Neil.
Look, I just want to check, and it's really easy when we see these. I understand why you might. I'll start again. These are much more detailed, as Gary's already said, than before, and I really appreciate that. And then it's really easy for us to make assumptions about what we think we're understanding when we see these things. What I want to check is when we're talking about customer and governance, which is just 9.6, that is not only the people that support us around the table, but it's also the people who take all the customer calls.
That's what I said to Michael before,
Yeah.
customer services.
It is. And
Amanda.
Well, I was just going to say, so it's a Dunedin front desk, it's a Queenstown front desk, it's 70,000 phone calls a year, it's emails, it's all that plus.
And I just
our
wanted
two
to-
governance support
yeah,
officers.
I actually, and it is really easy for us to make comments around this table that may sound disparaging for anyone listening in, because I think at Audit and Risk we've had a fairly high customer satisfaction with that service, and I just wanted to really show that I think it's an incredible small number to take 70,000 calls, and so I just wanted to note that I think what this does is give us a good story as well as make us look at some of the things in a different way.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. And I guess the other thing we've been also trying to do, myself and all the GMs and Richard, is provide the metrics and measurement and to explain how that service is going. So we provide monthly customer reports that go with Richard's CE's report to council, reporting on customer satisfaction and customer numbers, so you've got visibility of that. So this is one part of the puzzle, but there's a lot of other information that supports behind this as well.
Thank you.
And Neil.
Thank you. I just need some help to understand the numbers. Thanks. Okay. So if I look at the changes to the work program, I worked out there's a $74,000 decrease in what's proposed to what was in the long-term plan. I'm just trying to translate that into the expenditure and revenue table at the top, because I can't sort of find that simple going, oh, it's $74,000 difference, because it looks like there's a $320,000 increase for rates. And OPEX is 311, so someone just sort of.
You're talking that 15,498 into 15,674? Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the change from the annual plan says a 300,000 reduction in OPEX and a 570,000 increase in rates. Look at the work program, that those numbers on there show a $74,000 reduction from the long-term plan. So I'm just trying to rationalise those figures. Am I missing something, or
It's not all in there, right?
So
So that was just, sorry, that explanation, Desmond, so that table, the changes to work program, doesn't include all the very minor adjustments that have been made. So there's other things within the budget where we might have removed.
Overheads and staff.
Yeah. Yeah. So that there's other things in there that we've made which wouldn't have landed in this table because we've put the significant changes in there. And then we've got the overheads that are applied, which Nick can talk to later this afternoon as well in the financial numbers. So what you see in that table towards the bottom won't add up to what's in the expenditure revenue at the top. what's in that table at the bottom is just setting out the key changes we've made to pieces of work within those activities.
So then if unless I'm getting this wrong, is that there's a $517,000 increase. Where you've only shown us a reduction of 74 in other areas and the rest combined to turn into a $517,000 increase. Or am I missing something?
Yeah, Nick, can you go over that? Because I've asked that question yesterday. So, no, well put down.
The 517,000 is in, it is rates. The OPEX line is actually going down 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's total OPEX. Yeah. So that's all of our operating expenditure. As Richard said, and as Jasmine said, down below is just a snapshot of some of the key expenditure lines and where they've moved from this year's plan and the LTP in year 3. In the financial stuff that we'll go through this afternoon, in the slides that were there, we had a further breakdown of, so that OPEX of 15,498,000, there's a further breakdown that breaks that down into the key components that, that are made up of that, like the other expenditure overheads and different things. So, but again, even in there, you won't see the exact same decrease if you add up the line items in the box below. It was never intended that the two would reconcile.
But I will see something that shows me why the increase from the long-term plan is 570.
Yeah, the question was around the rates dollars, not the OPEX.
Yeah, and it's simply because we charge the rates over 3 years. So the cost of the election goes over 3 years. So our OPEX, and the election started last year, but we rate for the total amount of the election costs over 3 years. We spread that cost over 3 years. So it should be, if you didn't have if we didn't do elections at all, it would be 15,498. But because we spread the cost of the elections over 3 years, the extra $200,000 is a third of the rates cost.
But the end result is still that you're going to be increasing rates in the specific activity. It is. Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Just if you look at, like, as Kevin said, part of the reason why the rates is different, the rates is going up more, is because of that election cost that's in this year that we weren't rating all of that last year. But also this year's rating also had an amount in there that we were reserve funding that was for the helicopter that we put in. And although it's not there next year, it still makes a difference. If I had that I've got a surplus deficit comparison in the financial stuff this afternoon. But that's those two things, the elections and the helicopter that's been reserve funded this year, are the reasons why there's that 500,000 increase in rates. But if you're comparing to the box down below, you need to be comparing the OPEX line in each of these tables to the detail that's in the line item box down at the bottom of the sheet.
Chanel, then Matt.
Thank you. I'm going to push on the comms. It does jump out. So we do have a heavy comms marketing load. I've spoken to you previously, and I do understand we've obviously landed on these figures because we've deemed it necessary. However, following on from Michael's points, what sort of measures do we have that our comms are reaching ratepayers, that they're helping ratepayers, and that they're helping change behaviours? So I'm interested in how we measure our comms, because the volume of communications that we are putting out, that's not a statutory requirement, that's a choice. And I think if there is some movement to be found and some improvements, that really needs to be around the quality over the quantity. I do see that we've put out a lot of communications, and that may be great. We do need to know and be able to measure what impact that is having. And I do understand you have explained that we're working on those programs, but regardless of that, it does still remain a very high amount of comms. And just, you mentioned before, I just have another note, that there's quite a lot of active collaboration and sharing in the production of the annual plan LTP, and that it's quite prescriptive. So if I would put a challenge to the team that are there further efficiencies that can be found in producing an annual plan and LTP, or is it too tightly tied in with our high drive to communicate? So I guess what I'm trying to say is the LTP and annual plan production costs, is that tightly tied to how much we think we need to be communicating? Is that an area that we can tighten even further? And further down, there's a reduced consultant and legal costs for governance. That's good. It is small in the context of a 15 million activity though. So I had a question around that. And finally, if the strategy work is being internalised, is that being reflected enough? And this will apply for me across the posters. There is a lot of work that is claimed to be being internalised, but we still have a very hefty external services cost. So I'm no doubt we'll dive into that further, but I just would, that is something I have noted starting on this charge.
Sure, I'm happy to answer those questions. So I think in terms of the comms metrics, it's a really fair question. The team is, as I mentioned earlier as part of the induction briefings, we are working on more qualitative metrics around reach. And so we've got lots of figures. It's about bringing those together in meaningful campaign report backs. So that is a piece of work underway. But I think the other important data point will be the community survey that will be conducted early next year, which has got a section on exactly the kind of things you're asking about in terms of effectiveness, reach, how do you want to be communicated with. The survey that was done 2 or 3 years ago has informed a lot of the drive around our comms and engagement work and increasing the amount that we put out, particularly around social media and Te Matapuna, our newsletters. So we do really use that to reflect on where the team's going. So I think that will be an important data point for this table early next year to consider. In terms of annual plan LTP production costs, I think in terms of the communications budget around that, it really depends on how much council governance want to do with the LTP space. In previous council tables, we've had, there's been a strong push for lots of engagement, lots of community drop-ins, and to attract people to those, you need to push out advertising and pay for communications, because otherwise people don't know that they're coming. And one of the challenges we've had is actually getting people along to those sorts of engagement activities. So I think, if you reduce the comms component of that process, there would be a correlating decrease in impact. But we will bring that. The council will be in control of that decision making. The LTP stuff we will bring to the council table. The actual production costs in terms of design time and printing and all of that are fairly minimal. But I'll just check with Jasmine and Joanne whether they had anything else they wanted to add to that.
Just add that we're constantly challenging ourselves with those processes. So yeah, there's the administration side of producing those large documents, but constantly we're asking ourselves, is there a way that we can do that quicker, faster, more smoothly?
No doubt, and I don't even want it to be thought that we want to minimise engagement, because that is absolutely not where we want to sit. It's about, do we need to do the types of comms we're doing and as much of it? So at this point, I'm questioning just the volumes. But thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Matt, then I'll have a quick sum up. I know there's something, but yeah, go Matt.
Just two quick comments. I'm also reading this excellent one pager along with the email Richard sent the other day, which has a more detailed breakdown of each section. So there's sort of 3 or 4 slides on the governance, community engagement, for example. So there's more detail in that. Just FYI. In terms of setting a budget in the area the key risk for additional costs that could be presented to us are tied basically to government reform and what that might lead to in terms of additional in your area here. I mean, it's
Yes, yeah, I think that's correct in terms of upward costs or downward costs. It could go both ways depending on what that looks like.
okay, cool, thank you.
We have an allocated time for each of these processes, but I'm not necessarily going to stick too hard to them because some will take less and some will take longer to do. But what I'd just like to highlight from this, and I think this will be highlighted through each section, is when at any time through a triennium and as governance, we have the ability to set up something like Wellington has and review any part of this organisation. We did do, I think it was 3 years ago now, we did that. We went and did the Morrison Lowe Efficiency Effectiveness Review, and we have had the CEO and team working through that over the last 3 years. There has been certain parts of that we have probably had the opportunity, we could have resourced greater and pushed more emphasis on, but we chose not to as a governance team. But certainly on all operational levels that we have, there is the opportunity for us to deep dive into those. It's only a matter of us making that resolution at council and setting those groups up. So we must keep that tool in our toolbox, and our CEO is comfortable with that.
Can I just inquire though, because it's a timing issue here, trying to be constructive, Richard. If we've got an annual plan that we're preparing for and putting it out that looks for submission, we're going into Christmas. Our next council meeting is next week, next Tuesday, yeah. And then we're not anticipating having another, are we, prior to Christmas?
No, not before Christmas.
And then we've basically got all of January out as well.
Yeah, so at this stage, and that calendar's coming next week for your review and approval, but at this stage, February is the next meeting, unless reform submissions require an in January, but at this stage it's February.
So I'm just raising with you, Kevin, is that we're running out of time because essentially we've got 2 months out of operation, when we could be or should be perhaps doing these things in terms of feeding into the annual plan draft. And I'm just wondering if we've talked about, as Wellington set up theirs already, to look into particular issues, like, for example, let's just say this particular area, when we would do that. And I'm thinking, well, you're not going to get it on the council agenda until February. Then you've got a set up process. You're running out of the runway to be able to have something into an annual plan, aren't you, for consultation?
You are absolutely correct, Councillor Laws, but the reality is none of us have set up the election cycle, and I think we'll find that the Deloitte process was done some months before even the election happened. So if you look at the natural process that we would have to go through, again, we sought with a large majority decision at our last meeting to ensure that we presented a 0 rate increase based on the work programs that we had and to deliver the same services. So if we start delving further into that, and it's absolutely your right to do that, you would need to come back to us with some construct to see how that would happen. But the timelines are the timelines. We've got a statutory timelines that we have to meet. No problem with you coming up with.
All right. Can I ask the obvious question then?
Yeah.
When does the draft annual plan, Richard, if I might ask the Chief Executive? So when does the draft annual plan need to be ready to go out for public discussion or come to us for approval to go out for public discussion?
So the current proposal is that the draft annual plan comes in February. What the team will talk to you about this afternoon is, depending on where the discussion gets to today, is there will be some options around that community consultation and whether there's various scenarios depending on where you want to go. So that's the current time.
My view on timing, Michael, is that you're right. We are fast running a runway to make significant changes within this annual plan cycle. If the council table was looking at specific areas of our business, take this one that's had a lot of questions in this particular A3. My view is that sort of direction, doing whatever review you want to oversee at a governance level, and then providing some direction at the council would then inform the long-term plan, which I know is not what you're looking for, but from a timing perspective, that's how I see it.
Further questions of Amanda?
Oh, just quickly, what
Yeah,
is the
sorry.
partnership and engagement? What do they do? Well, they're about to go from 4.4 are they to 5.8? No.
Yes, so that was part of, it's an increase to that team, but that's a new team that was created from a mix of other teams within the organisation. The 1.4 is the EnviroSkills regional coordinator. So we have two, one based in Dunedin and a part-time based in Central. We have a strategic engagement advisor who supports the strategic events we do across the organisation, across the region, who supports the engagement training, engagement frameworks, just helping teams rather than having to go external for engagement consultant support. They do all of that internal, and our iwi advisor, senior advisor, iwi Punchits, who spoke to you at the induction, who works with the organisation to support our relationships with iwi.
So that's just one person to do with iwi.
Correct.
And the other 4.4.
One iwi, one strategic engagement, 1.4 EnviroSkills, and a manager
Oh.
who works across the three areas.
And councillor Byers.
The iwi partnership contribution cost is increased as per agreement. What agreement's that?
Yes, so what that is, unfortunately, is not an increase. It was an error when we put together the LTP budgets. That amount was not included in the LTP budget, so we have been covering that through finding money where we can. So this was a correction for this final year, as opposed to a new increase.
What's the agreement though?
So that is an agreement with Taumarama, which is iwi consultancy representing Southland Runaka, who we worked with for issues, iwi engagement issues south of the Clutha River and Central Otago, those shared areas of interest. It's the Southland version of Okaha, which is the Otago iwi consultancy.
Is that agreement on the website somewhere?
It's in diligent
Okay.
for councillors, yes,
Thank you.
yes.
So we don't pay anything to Okaha.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
So it
so
hasn't changed. So it hasn't, it's in the year 2 summaries that Richard sent out, but it's not in this A3 because it hasn't changed.
so it's 253 to Te Marama, and then an additional sum to Okaha.
Correct.
And that sum is
100,000.
100,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Regulatory. Is that right? Have I gone for on this page? Regional planning first, sorry. Apologise to the person that's coming forward for regional planning. Please keep smiling. It was just a slip of the paper. Morning, Anita.
Yes.
Good morning, yeah. So regional planning, obviously, this is part of the work that's captured under the existing Resource Management Act. As Richard mentioned earlier, we're expecting new legislation pre-Christmas, and there's not many days pre-Christmas, so it's imminent. This budget basically has, you'll see that there's some savings, some money that we can spend through things like regional policy statement, the appeals work, we've pulled that all in-house, so we've done that all internally. It's had some savings, and also the response to issues work, so that's the submissions we do on district plans, consents, central government legislation. We've been able to do a lot more of that internally as well. And then the aspect of this one is urban planning. So at the moment, we've got a statutory requirement. So as Councillor Wilson asked for a requirement under the law to produce a future development strategy with two of our TAs, so Dunedin City and Queenstown Lakes. We have produced our FDS for Dunedin City, and we are working on the supporting information, the data that supports an FDS for Queenstown Lakes. That work is, all indications is that will be funneled into spatial planning under the new legislation. So happy to answer any questions. There is a little bit of grey around this, just in terms of timing and what the new work might look like, but the indication we have is that much of the work that we've done in this space will transition across into the new space.
Thank you, Anita. Kate?
Two questions, and one is simpler. The money that is going into spatial urban planning is generally rated across every property, even though the benefits are essentially, if I was looking at the river management, we often do that by territorial authority rate. And so the Dunedin, so people in Clutha are paying for urban planning in Dunedin and Queenstown, but not really reaping those benefits? Or is it how I'm reading this chart?
So urban planning is a general rate funded activity.
Yeah. Okay. The other one is, and I'm just working towards, and I'm taking that box, and maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, Richard, so you can give me some guidance. They're working towards is really the outcomes that we're hoping to get. If I was going to put outcomes at the top. Yeah. So, and I'm sort of raising this as an issue, and it's one guided because of a discussion that the new general manager in ECAN proposed when he first presented to the ECAN, is about having effective rules and regulations that support a healthy environment is under regional planning, and yet I have to go to land and water to see, I think what I see as being that's your backup plan, is the effective rules, and the catchment action plans, and what I'm seeing coming out of that and dealing with real issues on the ground for each catchment is in land and water. And I'm just checking what is the interplay there and the difference in investment that we put in, and the how much synergy is there, people understanding what's happening out in the field in the catchment space, and what the communities are doing, and then reflecting that by the backup rules that support. And that's how I see planning being, being really successful, that the plans support that catchment action planning.
So at the moment, our budgets are in this space are shaped around the law. So we do what we're required to do under legislation. If you take outside of this, the land and water plan, obviously we worked with a range of teams across the organisation to make sure we got the balance, and things that didn't need to sit in a regulation could sit outside, and things like that. That's why it's shaped around that way. This is our regulatory part of the business, and in terms of how much it interacts with the other parts of the business, that does happen, but you won't necessarily see it in here because this is focused on our compliance with the law.
I think I'd add to that, Kate. That's an explanation is a good one. I mean, it's part of it's just the way we budget, and then you end up with this sheet, which then has standalone what we will work towards within this. What you were talking about, because I would describe these as backup rules. We're required to have these, but the council table, through the priorities you set, may put more of an emphasis on non-regulatory land and water catchment basin. So I think when you pull all of this together into the strategic direction, is where you then set an expectation that this council will have a focus on catchment, and then we will also fulfil our legislative responsibilities, but really prioritise where we can work with catchments and deliver in that non-regulatory space. They just sit individually here because we.
And that look, the unfortunate thing is we're dealing with this one first, and in many ways my emphasis would be reprioritising the order of the coloured sheets that we get, and I get all of that. It's really interesting though, in Canterbury it's I think $5.51, so they put $1 into the effective catchment stuff and $5 into the regulatory, which is a challenge for us to really, and why I want to highlight it here, whether we look at spinning that wheel slightly differently.
And they know they've got it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Gillespie.
Thank you. Just looking at the efficiency and cost reductions and noting there that other staff have been redeployed to plug capacity gaps and avoid consultants being areas we're waiting for government or policy direction. So is that, probably this is back to Richard Moore. I think you made a comment about there have been some savings this year. And is that, so I guess those staff that have gone out of this year and other areas, the cost of that have gone to those areas. So there'd be a saving here and an overspend there. Is that how it works in this organisation?
Not when it's general rate works like for like. The majority of the savings should actually come in consultant and legal costs and in vacancies where we haven't recruited because effectively there's a unknown in the work program. So that's where the savings from this year have come from, and you'll see that this afternoon when we talk about using some of those savings to fund this work next year.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ask the next question this afternoon then. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions of Anita?
I'll be back if you've got more later, so don't panic.
Councillor Moore, and we will allow you to revisit. Thank you, Anita.
Just flagging in this
And
one,
you're
you
not
do see
relaxing
the
either.
change in service delivery. So this is obviously one area where we, as Jasmine pointed out at the start, we are proposing a change, and it makes very good sense to, because we had a target in the LTP which we don't need to spend any money doing. So I guess that we work through trying to have as few of these as possible, so we maintain consistent service delivery. But in some cases, it just makes no sense to carry on with something that we are no longer required to do.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Now I'm onto the right page. Regulatory, a hard word. Regulatory. Floor is yours, Joe.
Perfect, thank you very much. So just in terms of the regulatory space, so this covers our consents compliance harbour master teams and environmental delivery data and systems teams. So this is work that is driven by the Resource Management Act, and as Richard and Anita have already spoken to, the government has signalled there will be some changes in this space, but it is a little bit uncertain at this stage what the implications are on current and future workloads. So we will be looking at what that is once that legislation has been introduced. In terms of some assumptions underpinning this work, so we assume that there'll be about 900 consents processed, a 24/7 pollution response hotline, around 150 interactions with boaties in our on-water program. We have around 9,000 consents across the region, but we assume that we will audit around 1,500 of those based on our compliance and enforcement approach, and that we also process performance monitoring returns and respond to around 2,000 inquiries per year. In terms of workloads, so workloads did increase over the years, driven by rules in our plan and also changes nationally in terms of legislation. And we have then had changes in FTE numbers, but we have reduced those in the previous annual plan. And again, there are some small changes proposed this year as well. There is a technical increase in one of the teams. So there was an internal transfer from the environmental implementation team into the environmental delivery data and systems team. So what's reflected there with an asterisk is just an internal transfer from one team to another, just to help with process efficiency within the group. There are a number of savings proposed in a number of our budgets relating to some legal costs, communication materials, farm plan, citizen science, and a few other things. We are proposing a slight increase in the harbour master budget as it relates to actual fuel costs. So we are running 2 boats and helping with the monitoring on the Central Otago lakes, which was previously a function completed by another team or by a contractor for another team. So that just reflects the actual cost of running the 2 boats in the 2 locations. And just that there are a number of efficiencies that we are focusing on. So continued use of templates and standardisation across the teams. and doing the work internally where we can. And also in terms of our processes, we are being as efficient as possible with those. So yeah, happy to take questions on the detail that's presented.
Chanel,
Thanks, Joe. Overall, the cost growth looks higher than the workload growth. Can you talk me through that? Like we're cutting some budget, which is awesome, but the costs are still going up.
So you're talking about the 1% change from
in the 4.2.
LTP. I might just look to Nick around what's driving that. I think that's our internal costs are contributing to that increase.
Transfer of staff.
Transfer of staff is what's driving that. So it's not an actual increase, it just comes with the transfer of staff. Yeah. And in terms of workloads increasing, so this financial year, so if I get my years right, the previous year we did 859 individual consents and we've done over 1,000 this year. So we're actually doing more, but with less staff. And that continues to be the focus. And also in that compliance space as well, we are year on year aiming to do more audits, but with less staff, and that's based on our efficiencies. So workloads have increased, but again reflect the fact that there are uncertainties with the RMA, and we are trying to be as cost efficient as possible.
Just out of how many consents do we actually receive a year?
So the figures that I had were, that's all right, my laptop just restarted before I came up here.
It's okay, it's not.
I think it's just over 1,000 individual consents were granted last year, so I don't know where we're at currently this year though.
Thank you. When do we expect the IRIS efficiencies when's IRIS being delivered again?
End of 2026, it starts November 2026.
So we're a ways away.
Yeah, so we're trying to do as much as we can before that, but that will be, for the regional sector, a significant change in terms of efficiencies across the board.
Okay, and just around the pollution hotline, have we looked at delivering that service in a different format?
Yeah, we have. So it's currently run 24/7 on call, and Palmerston North runs our call centre, and then it comes to staff here that are on call either on the coast or in central. We have looked at a couple of options, so you could do it 5 days a week, 9 to 5, or you could do it 7 days a week, 9 to 5, and there are some savings there, depending on which option you go, which could be around $60,000, but it would be a reduced level of service because we've committed to that through our plans.
Cool, thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you. My question just relates to funding sources, fees and charges. Did we work on a percentage increase, if any, in terms of fees and charges?
We haven't landed on what any increase would be to fees and charges. What my understanding there is that represents just an increase based on time and likely workloads, and fees and charges are coming in February.
Right, so the rates stay the same, but it's just the volume of work increase.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
Thank you.
Michael, then Hillary.
A couple of questions. Sorry, a couple of questions. If you're only thinking of monitoring the hotline 9 to 5, 5 days a week or something, and it's not going to be its current, what happens if there's a pollution event outside those hours?
So we're currently not proposing any changes to that hotline. That would be monitored 24/7, so we'd still respond. If this table provided direction that we should look to change that level of service, then hypothetically, if we weren't running it, then things won't be responded to on the weekends.
That would be sort of crazy, wouldn't it, really? So I don't even know why.
We're not proposing it, just to be clear. Yeah.
Well, I don't even know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just interested though in the consents. You say it's going to come back in February for fees and charges. But that's as I understand when the draft annual plan comes back. Is that what you're intending to do it with it?
Yeah, the current process is February for fees and charges, yeah.
So what percentage increase are you expecting to fees and charges, or what will you be proposing in February?
Nick, can you just talk through the way that process is operated in terms of fees and charges?
Well, there are two separate things. As the question that Andrew answered is the fees and charges that we have in there in this area just reflects recovering the cost that is in that particular, activity that has a funding policy around being fees and charges recovered. So there's a small increase in fees and charges shown in the numbers there. What we do is, as we go through and look at that in more detail, we then look at all the input and review the actual fees and charges hourly rates and work out whether they need to change. So that process typically happens over the next few months, and if there's any change proposed to the actual hourly rates and the fees that make up the fees and charges, then that goes out as part of the engagement or consultation, because under the RMA they have to be consulted on when we change those rates. So usually I can't remember when we had the last change to the actual fees and charges. I think they did change with the LTP, but it's quite often they don't change in annual plan years. They just stay the same, because the additional fees and charges that we've got reflected in the annual plan at the moment reflect, additional workload being done. So the extra dollars is just recovered via the workload. It doesn't require a change in the actual underlying hourly rate.
Okay, so you're breaking it down to two things: cost recovery, and you're saying there is an increase projected, or you're thinking that there's going to be an increase. Why would that be?
Why would, because the underlying cost is high. As the cost goes up, the way that the budget's built is it's built on our funding policy. So what happens with, there's certain areas where activity is assumed to be funded via fees and charges or a percentage. So depending on where the cost sits, like for example, consent processing, whatever is in consent processing is assumed to be funded 100% fees and charges. Now, the fees and charges then will be determined by how much input cost is put into that activity.
No. I'm not asking that question. I'm trying to work out why there would be an increase in the cost recovery in the first place. It's just
because there's an increase in expenditure, because there's more work being done.
There's more work being done.
Yep.
Because we need to do more work now.
So
for the purpose of granting consents.
The volume of consents, as Joe said, has tracked more over 1,000 this year, so it reflects that. This is another one that.
But I would think, exactly, that's a revenue issue, not a cost issue. So if you're going over 1,000, you'll be getting more money in. That shouldn't cost you any more to process an individual. It shouldn't affect the charge, should it? No. So that's what.
That's what I'm saying. Is that we review that after we've got it set. And if it was the other way, that we determined that, well, to make that revenue, the fees need to go up, then we would propose to change either, underlying fixed fees or underlying hourly rates. But we typically do that work after the point that we're in now, and then we look at any fees and charges changes going through into, they come to you and before we go out for consultation, because those amounts or changes are always consulted on.
Which is the question I originally asked. Are they coming in February or are they coming at some other time?
February.
They are coming up.
Yeah, February before. Yeah.
If we took a long time to get there.
Yep, I was going to
Yeah,
go
Harry.
Simple yes or no.
I just wondered about the solution hotline, and not saying that we should stop doing it or anything like that. Just wondered, one, how much it currently costs, and when we say we get Palmerston North or someone to answer them, is that the after hours ones or the within hours?
Yeah, after hours call centre is Palmerston, and a number of councils use that just as a cost saving efficiency. So yeah, it's really effective way of doing
And how
that.
much does it cost?
Well, I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but I can certainly get that.
And the other thing that we presumably are paying staff or something to be on call or
Yes,
whatever
we are,
too.
yeah.
So if we could have just the
absolutely.
costs of what's happening with that, that'd be useful.
Thank you, Kate.
Oh, I just wanted to highlight the fees and charges that I have asked, I think in the last council or just for some direction and possibly some change of policy, is that at the moment if I was Gary and I needed to get a consent, then the staff for the consent may have to come from Dunedin and that person would be charged per kilometre. Whereas if it was this person in Dunedin, so it's an inequity, doing the same thing, they don't get a small charge. There's an inequity because we don't service Otago as a singular body. And so I've asked for that paper because maybe something we might consider. I think that's how.
It's coming in February as well, options around how we do that.
Yeah, because I'd like to think we had a policy, as Dunedin City does, for buildings, yeah, it's one charge per. Yeah.
February.
Yeah.
February.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Gary,
What about that? With the numbers that we have sitting in this sector at the moment, have we got vacant positions?
There's currently, we're talking about the consent stand, just off the top of my head, one vacancy. Yeah.
So across the large areas like this one and others, where there is vacant positions, a suggestion of a moratorium on new position or refilling those positions, is that a possibility in some of these areas?
So we look at that anytime position becomes vacant. So, and we took that decision on policy this year when the planning freeze came into place. And subject to what comes out of RM reform, it's just a conversation for myself and Joe and ELT to have in it, and it may make sense depending on the direction of that. We've had direction from council in the past to use less consultants where we can. So we've also got to be clear where, I don't want to end up with conflicting directions where we've got consultants processing, we've got a moratorium, and then we get hammered for using externals. So we manage it very carefully and are very conscious of the potential impact of central government direction on the staff we require to do our job properly. So it's something we will look at once we get these announcements through, in terms of what is that going to mean in this regulatory space for both consenting, potentially compliance. And if that lends itself to less consenting, then you would see us take action in terms of our staffing numbers, particularly when vacancies come up. I think that's an obvious way for us to do that.
Oh, good. Okay, thanks. Because do we think that we deliver best efficiency available for what we're trying to achieve in this sector?
Yes, I do. And certainly we have the benefit of the consent managers getting together once a month across the country and talks at the general manager level. And we, in terms of the numbers of FTE we have in the consenting load, we are efficient and good value for money in terms of our processes, and we are committed to being even more efficient and effective as possible through either our IRIS program or changes before then. So yes, we are.
Because this sector is one that I get a lot of complaints on, and I have two that I'm waiting for approval to send on now, where we have question after question after question from consent staff that are very left field, very wayward. They are paying a consultant to answer those questions. In one example, that then resulted in that staff member going on holiday. A new staff member picked it up and granted the consent the next day. So that circumstance then immediately had that applicant coming to me saying, how on earth can that happen? Because I've got to pay my consultant and then I'm going to get a bill that has all of this detailed out. Second example where ORC staff member goes onto site.
Yeah, I just wonder, Gary, I'm agreeing with your sentiments on that, but I think it's probably outside the scope of this. It's you're just let me finish, but I think certainly we need to bring that to the portfolio heads immediately and ensure that process is satisfied. And to have more examples of exactly the same thing. It's absolutely noted that is an issue, and I can give you examples as well. But then it's about the portfolio leads going back with you to the GM to let's get that process sorted. So it doesn't happen.
So, but can I just add to that, Gary? Because I take your point, we process 1,000 visits a year, and we don't get it right all the time. We've got, got staff coming in. We've got staff, we've got new staff coming in. They learn process. They are absolutely trying to follow that process and do the best job. We don't get it right every time, and there are avenues available through the managers, through Joe, and through myself to have the sort of conversations that you raise through constituents, or we get directly as well, to review whether we feel a consent has followed the process that we've set and the expectations we set around good service. And if it hasn't, then we'll take action and we'll deal with that. We do 1,000 consents, and I would say that we had maybe a dozen, 15 that have come back through. So you know, when you look at it as a percentage, no one likes getting a consent. I'm yet to meet a consent holder who is over the moon because they've had to go through a consent process. So naturally, we are going to get that sort of feedback, but absolutely there are avenues where the process has not been up to scratch to raise that and have it dealt with. It doesn't change fundamentally the amount of work we've got to do. I see it as a process issue, and are we delivering to the process and expectations that we set?
Yes, but those are just two examples of many that are, there might be a very low percentage of complaints rate, but you've got consultants out there now who are just saying, this is the new norm, you have to accept this, do your utmost to not have to get a consent from the ORC if at all possible. Don't ring and ask if you need a consent. These are, it's an evolving thing that we seem to have escalated to a point where we are quite inefficient and costly, and it's just become accepted.
So I would dispute that outright, and my view is that a lot of this has come from the fact that ORC hasn't done its job properly in the past, and now we are, and we're actually following good practice for consenting. Some of those people who haven't had to engage with us previously or are finding a process that they're probably not over the moon with, but I absolutely dispute we've turned into an inefficient and a bloated consent authority. That's just well, in my view, totally incorrect.
Yeah, I didn't say the word bloated.
Perhaps we're losing our way a bit.
Yeah, so I'm just bring that into order, could I please? Yeah, comfortable. Gary, we recognise your concerns and we need to take this offline and ensure that let's get to the nub of it and make sure it happens, so that whether that's a working group or straight with the portfolio heads, but let's take this the next step off out of the annual plan, because it's a process part and we need to make sure that that's rectified and satisfied that we are doing the process right, or where we haven't got the process right, that we improve it to make sure that it's improved. Comfortable?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not here.
Tinkering and nibbling around the edges. This is the government's issue with regional councils. This is potentially the reason why we're
correct. But it's not on the on our work stream and our costings at the moment. That's while it is relevant, it's best to take that particular part of the process off. Happy to sit this immediately and get to the number, because I'm understand exactly where you're coming from. And we had Neil.
Thank you. My question's around, a lot of talk has been around the cost of compliance, and the other issue to me is the cost of monitoring. And as Councillor Laws identified, is that the vast majority of that is cost recovery. So, and I can't remember how the numbers work, because it's not 100%, I realise that, because it can never be. But I guess the question has to be as saying, are we recovering enough of the costs? And in particular, in the, to me, the one that I'm interested in more is the compliance related side of things, because most people are probably finally getting a bill that they never used to get for the reasons Richard outlined previously, because it didn't used to happen. But the question has to be is that, are we seeking enough, and can I expect when you bring us the report about fees and charges that there's going to be a shift proposed?
So in terms of cost recovery, the staff do recover the time spent on those compliance audits, or they are a fixed fee. So in terms of, are we fully recovering all of our time spent on something? Yes, there will be some stuff that isn't recovered because it'll be training, or it'll be something that is administratively small or isn't fair and reasonable to on charge. In terms of how much those staff members then charge on, I don't anticipate that to increase. It may depend on the consent and the audit that they have to do and the level of detail. So that's where you'll see the variations. But we have moved towards fixed fees for a lot of our activities to provide certainty to people. So comfortable with the level that the teams are recovering, and then making sure that is fair and reasonable to then on charge.
Last one, Kate.
Look, just on the outcomes we want, is you've got environmental outcomes that are improved through public education. Where we've got, and it'll be in the land and water section, I appreciate that, where we've got a good environment already, and we're pretty happy with that, does that affect or direct a lower, or where people have consistently been good at their systems, especially with the dairy ones, but on every say water takes, does that reduce the audit costs potentially? And are we effectively using that to get where their outcomes are and tying them together?
So if I bring it back to the annual plan stuff, so yes, in terms of compliance audits or someone's compliance history, if they are fully compliant, then that will tip them into less frequent audits in terms of our compliance program. And then also if they are returning us that information regularly in terms of water take data, we still require that information to be sent to us and we still need to audit it. So there's two differences between that. So if we are going out and auditing you and you are fully compliant, then you're likely to be audited less frequently because you've achieved compliance. So that's what happens in our dairy program. But if you're having to return water take data to us once a month, we still need to check that you supply that to us. So there's a subtle difference.
Yeah, okay. And if it's about seeing the mechanisms, and I know you sent staff out to look at pumps and things like that for water takes, have we investigated every efficiency that we can with photos and potentially rather than having people on the field? If the returns are looking good and in the compliance, have we looked at other mechanisms?
Yeah, we do. So photos do come in. We have Aquarius, which is our system for displaying compliance information that is automatically supplied to us. There will be changes over time as people move from old manual systems into new ones, and we'll be able to respond. But certainly photos do get supplied in lieu of audits because we want to target our audits to the areas where there is a higher risk to the environment, and council has set that direction for us through our compliance program. So those with the greatest risk of compliance or previous non-compliances are where we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Land and water. We will be having a break at 11 after getting land and water and biodiversity biosecurity completed.
But a duo this time.
Certainly be a trigger.
Morning everyone. So we're onto the land and water watershed. Land and water includes a couple of teams or functional areas. So environmental monitoring, science, environmental implementation, and policy and planning. Broadly speaking, those teams cover quite a wide area of work. So just as a kind of highlight point, we've got 300 odd sites that are continuously monitoring water quality or quantity within the or soil moisture or a range of other things within the Otago area, plus 2,500 jar tests of water quality and bits and pieces across the region. Science and analysis and reporting that comes along with that. Got the developing catchment action plans and the broad environmental implementation or improvement program that's associated with that. Catchment advisors and project delivery specialists for managing environmental improvement projects. Funding of Otago catchment communities, environmental planning works of land, freshwater and coast, and reviewing of the existing coast plan. It's quite a lot in there, and there's quite a few savings outlined in the sheet. So I think it's probably best just to move on to the questions.
Thank you. Alan.
Thanks. This is warming up. Yeah, thank you. Look, just looking at those changes to the work programs, and third to the bottom there, it says environmental monitoring expenses reduced, the scaling up planned, but not going to go ahead with that. What are the implications of not going ahead with that scaling up? And I guess conversely, what would those benefits have been?
So we had budgeted for increased monitoring and science programs initially in the LTP. At that time, we were working under assumptions associated with the National Policy Statement of Freshwater 2020, which had quite a significant and quite prescriptive outline of monitoring requirements and understanding requirements in terms of environmental information. We have gone a long way to closing the gap between where we were and what that document set out for us as goals. However, very clear signals of change in that space and what we're at, but yet to see the detail. So what we're signalling here is that we believe an appropriate method is to kind of hold where we are at the moment and wait for that document to drop and be able to incorporate that into our land and water planning processes. Now that answer is similar for the scientific program changes that you see here, and any kind of monitoring changes that you see here as well. And saying that we were broadly looking at greater coverage in terms of monitoring installations. For instance, at the moment, the Mahitikea River Valley has benefited quite significantly from additional river monitoring sites in recent years, and that was in line with gaining greater understanding of how flows and abstraction influence the river system in that particular valley. Some of the things that were budgeted in here were for further monitoring sites in the upper Tidy River. So items like that, but that we won't end up proceeding with as planned if this budget is approved as set. But that we'd be able to consider once that policy direction lands in the future LTP process.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I guess I'm just concerned that we are missing out on what we had thought would be valuable information, and I understand that this is stuff we don't have to do, but that's often with the case. We don't only do the things we have to do, we do things that will benefit our region. Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Further questions? Councillor Laws.
The degraded water budget that has been removed from the plan, what were you anticipating that would be utilised for in year 3?
Excuse me. So if we had identified degraded water bodies or gone through that process to determine what those looked like, that budget was potentially going to support delivery of projects or the ongoing work that stemmed from the prioritisation of those water bodies.
But we hadn't identified any.
No, so that has been removed from this year's annual plan, the financial year we're currently in, and so the corresponding budget in the LTP next year has been removed as well.
Councillor Wilson.
So the 25-26, we had zero budgeting for that. That's a really good question. Thank you, Michael. And that's all rates funded. So yeah. So, and the reason I'm asking this question is that this sort of work at times have been provided for joint collaborative projects with government should funding become available. And if we have a zero budget in there, we will not be able to be in a position to jointly fund any projects. That's a chicken and egg thing, I get that. We haven't got any. I'm sure there are some degraded waterways. The problem is we haven't prioritised any.
No, that's right. So if we remember back to LTP, we had Pomo, Tuakatoto and Lake Hayes as our 3 priority projects. The discussion through the long-term plan about there was budget for identifying the next 3, and there was a reasonably colourful discussion in this room when that process kicked off as to how we would determine the next degraded water body. Those of you around the table probably remember that. Mm-hmm. At the time, there was also the conversation about introducing the large-scale environment fund as a way of targeting catchments that may have, working alongside our community and catchments that have a need and have identified actions that can be undertaken to improve broadly water quality, biodiversity and other things. So there was a budget decision made at that time to remove the next year's funding for the degraded water bodies because we hadn't identified them, and look to that large scale fund to fill that gap alongside the community. And as Joe said, we took it out in year 2. It was still sitting in year 3 at that stage, so we've taken it out. My view on those opportunities that arise from central government, and if we see them again in the future, is there's always a decision for council to make at that time to leverage those opportunities through either underspends we're experiencing or reprioritisation of other budgets that still support the same outcomes, to be consistent in the reason we took the rate in the first place. So Given the direction from council, we obviously haven't put in anything that is a just in case. We've very much removed all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Tom, are we getting into a position where we're comfortable that we are getting enough monitoring done to ensure we can make some decisions?
Yeah, a lot of areas.
Yeah. Further questions, Neil?
At the risk that I probably wasn't listening when I should have been.
Unbelievable.
I know, it's not something I do very often at all. You've noticed in service delivery that there's a decrease in the level of service. Is that how, do I read that correctly? Your yes with the downward arrow means a decrease, or?
Yes, a decrease in what was initially outlined, but could be considered a rephasing. I think what we outlined as our level of service would be was that we were looking to meet those statutory requirements that I described before. Those statutory requirements are now less certain, or we know there's change coming. So it's a bit of a grey area.
So it's a decrease in a proposed level of service, not an actual physical from this year to next year. That's the key thing that I wanted to make sure I hadn't said. So it's not changing. It's not increasing. Is what is the difference? Thanks.
Kate, then Gary.
Two questions. I think they're slightly related. The efficiency and cost reductions, the planning vacancies not filled and other staff redeployed. When we do redeployment, I understand that's nice to, given the flux, but does that mean that we're getting the best people to do the particular jobs, given their skill mix? Because it's not always aligned.
Yeah, I'll put that once we do it across this year. Well, I mean, absolutely, we're not going to set a staff member up to fail in a role. We've got staff who can work across multiple projects and have the skills to do that. So certainly part of that assessment is this the best person to do that role, and will they deliver a good piece of work? And where we do it, we're confident they will.
Okay. And the state of environment, that's a statutory thing that we have to do reports at certain times. And I think I missed it, and maybe it was in your report. When is our next state of the environment report? The big one, June. It must be.
I believe 2020. Oh, it'll be 2028, I think.
Okay.
So we do them on a 5-yearly cycle.
Yeah.
So the last significant land and water based state of the environment report, which covered rivers, lakes, groundwater, and those three things. That was complete, I think, in 2020. I think we published in 2020, late 2023.
Okay, so okay. Thank you.
Gary.
Thank you. So for these, I mean, a lot of this is really our utter core business. That is, for a regional council, we have to do the environmental monitoring, the state environment stuff, absolutely. So for the environmental monitoring section, for the science section, and I guess for policy and planning, are you saying that we are resourced to just meet that, or are we resourced comfortably to be able to meet more if we wanted to?
I'll go quickly first because mine's simple. At the moment, we're not resourced to deliver a new freshwater policy system because we haven't recruited vacancies. So we've got 6 vacancies across the team. At the moment, we're resourced to do what we need to do and with some redeployment. But if we need to produce a big plan, we will be doing what every other regional council does and trying to get the best people back into Otago.
But covering the business as usual stuff, the stuff that must be done every month, we are adequately resourced under the numbers that we have here. Great. So then in the environmental implementation space, which is somewhat looking forward rather than backwards for all the stuff that we have to do, are we sitting under or over resourced in that?
Based on current work programs, we were going resource just right. If the work increases, then we won't have the right number of staff. We would need to reprioritise and look at what we're doing. Just flagging that the biosecurity numbers come through a different sheet if that's what you're asking around. So I can answer that on that page.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last one from, is it Councillor Laws waiting in there?
Thank you. Lake Snow research and some of the work that we were doing in that area, which was groundbreaking at the time, but I haven't heard anything about it for years now. Is that in the degraded waters bodies budget, or is that somewhere else?
So there's a small amount of lake snow research that we periodically undertake out of our lakes monitoring programs that sits within science.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask. Just when we're talking about a lakes plan, so we've had a deep water lakes plan, as you know, or we can pay for a while. And presumably that'll build itself into a policy making function and say, this is a good idea leading from that, if we're still alive in that time, all of us. I'm just wondering, is that what you'd use your degraded waters budget for if necessary? Or is that going to come out? It's just unbudgeted for at the moment. You just have to plan it. It's unbudgeted.
It's unbudgeted. So degraded waterways is very much implementation focused.
Yeah.
So on the ground, Lake Hayes, Tomahawk, those sorts of things. That if we were to have the policy and the lakes plan piece, that wouldn't have sat within degraded water bodies.
Well, okay, so just carrying on that one very quickly, and just an explanation of the new councillors here. We've had a Deep Waters Lakes plan. It came to our council, I think, before the election. And it had a budget sum that was attached to it for research. There are a series of private sector and university aligned individuals. None of that is in this budget.
No, sorry, none of that. It's not as simple as none of that. So at the moment there's about $450,000 a year for lake monitoring.
Which is what we do anyhow.
With what we undertake anyhow.
Yeah.
That would feature as a part of that. I think the indicative sum we had was around 20 million over
That's right.
10 years.
10 years, yeah.
So that would contribute towards that number. So it's not true that it's not all in there, but the bulk of that new program is not in here. And so you will recall from the last paper, that was a paper in which we were seeking steering around potential funding levels.
Yeah.
And so we provided 3 potential options for funding levels, and we outlined the benefits of each, or where we're likely to end up in terms of fit for purpose information for each of those programs. Council provided a direction. That Deep Lakes Technical Advisory Group, working for the Deep Lakes Working Group, which has got elected members on it, are now refining that program. And so they had a really productive workshop last month, and are starting to write reports and pull together other materials such that we should be able to bring that program back to council with a bit more detail and a bit more meat on the bones in the new year.
So will it feed into our third year of our annual plan or into the long-term plan?
Yes, so depending on the decisions that council makes with that next paper, I'd expect that will feed into the long-term plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we had one last one from Andrew, then we're going to take an early break.
In relation to hail sites, I see the activity moves to regulatory from science, but my question relates to, from a planning perspective, does their budget allow us, providing no restrictions from a national perspective or central government perspective, does our planning budget allow us to deal with the inconsistency with our waste plan and the current NES, the contaminated land, because they currently don't align, is my understanding. So it's just a budget question.
Yeah, so any new policy framework we are required to develop will deal with all of those inconsistencies and different standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, team. We're going to take a break now until 11:15 and then proceed through the rest of the papers at gusto and then break for lunch. Thank you.
What time's lunch? Half past 12.
If we get through them, it will be 12:30. If not, we'll just keep going and have a shorter lunch break.
Do we have to cater for ourselves or is there a catering?
Well, if you get them through before 12:30, there will be catering. If you
I'm just wondering
don't,
if I should go and get the sausage rolls now. That's all.
It's a reward system.
The answer to the question seems to be the latter. Yeah, that's right.
Or we don't get food. Lunchtime, Joe just
All looking refreshed. Rolling over the page to biodiversity and biosecurity. Panel managers Joe Gilroy and Tom Dyer. Table.
Yeah, so I'll just do the intro on this one. So this covers the biodiversity and biosecurity budget, which is split across the environmental implementation, environmental monitoring and science teams. So these relate to our work programs around the biodiversity, our regional pest management plan, pest control work, pest management approach and advice and information. It also looks at our science work in this space as well. There are some changes in budgeted staff and then also a range of savings down below as well in terms of our science monitoring programs and then also as it relates to catchment management and biodiversity strategy implementation. Overall, there's no change in level of service in this, and there are other notes down the bottom in terms of other savings council may want to consider as well. So Tom and I are happy to take questions.
Councillor Hollier.
The ICM, the creation of catchment action plan, so Tyree is already started, hasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And what else is on the list, or does that mean we're reducing the number of plans?
So no formal decision has been made by council yet in terms of where to next. So that'll be something that'll be coming in the new year. We were doing the review of the program to determine the delivery of that to see if we could go faster with that. So there's been no proposal in terms of where to next or a reduction in scale in terms of the number that we're going to just yet.
And the budget for Osprey, what's the drive there?
So with that, we were able to fund the work out of this financial year for next year as well. So there's funding that has been provided and we've been working with the group delivering it. So they are aware of that funding change. So that's in the TB free Osprey transition program.
So will that impact the effectiveness of that program?
Not to my knowledge. So we've committed the funding for this financial year and next financial year already. Yeah.
We've got Kate, Andrew, then Ellen.
So I just want to make sure that we're not grabbing a saving here and then contemplating putting back in. So for the CAP project, if we added another or sped up that program, you would come back to us in February with what that budget would look like as an extra? Or?
No. So we're not proposing any increase in the staff for that program. And efficiencies or ways to speed up would be done in terms of frequencies, potentially meetings, all of those sort of things that would come through discussions with the governance group for that.
Okay, so if we wanted to do 2 or 3 other ones in the next year, that would be done under existing budgets then?
Yes, if possible, but also if the direction from the table was to do even more than that, then we would need to look at the budget, but we have sized that on the delivery of the CAPs.
One question is on the development of Indigenous biodiversity monitoring programs. I appreciate that some of this work is done by TAs as well. I think that they have to understand it for their planning, they need to understand what biodiversity they've got. How are we doing this at a standard that is consistent throughout New Zealand for regional councils, or are we catching up, or where are we in that mix? Because much of this work I would have thought was actually DOC's purview, but I may have got that wrong.
So we, in terms of the work we're doing, the feedback from our TAs in terms of our regional Indigenous threat status reports and other bits and pieces have been really good. They're finding those documents useful. We brought a number of them to council in the last couple of years. This program includes that work. We've got a few to go, and includes starting to turn those into monitoring programs. So that's largely monitoring program design in the next financial year. with the opportunity to look at funding of those programs in terms of actual on-ground monitoring, all of that sort of stuff. The bulk of the cash here though is dedicated to threat status reports and other reports. In terms of the overlap with DOC provide a bunch of national information that we then turn into regional information to support our TAs and make it a bit more location specific and useful for people that are working within the region. The cost changes you see here are pretty minor in the scheme of things. We're just talking about holding funding at the same level as last year rather than a minor increase.
I suppose where I'm coming from is and the work has been fantastic, but I'm just understanding, is it a mandatory thing that we have to do, or is it something that we're sort of picking up and because we may be the best organisation to facilitate it rather than 5 or 6 different organisations doing it?
So the requirement for that work falls under the MPS 5B, but it's potentially subject to change. Some of the information we're hearing in terms of what those changes potentially look like is that they, in terms of this work, that and completing this work, that would still be consistent with those future documents.
The next was Councillor Noon.
Joe, in your introduction, you mentioned about the changes in the staff budgets for the 26-27. I assume that relates to the biosecurity surveillance or that one.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So obviously we were planning to step it up in that space. So I'm just checking that it aligns with our overall objective to ensure that the biosecurity space is well monitored. I'm just, because obviously we're on a mission. We're looking the performance in that area. So you're confident that we're still going to deliver the same level of service, but we're not going to go backwards over time, are we?
Yeah, that's correct. So maintaining our current level of surveillance under this year's annual plan, and just a reduction in any potential future growth, but yeah, it's good to have that budget retained in there because we haven't had that previously.
Thank you. Alan.
I'm a bit disappointed to learn or to hear that large-scale environmental fund is unlikely to go ahead in this financial year. Can I just sort of confirm we're not going to have that ready in this financial year?
So the team's been working on the process, but by the time we run through or we get this new council up to speed, we get that process confirmed, and then we get the expressions of interest out, which is the process that's been proposed. My view is that it's highly unlikely that cash will go out the door within this financial year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If it is, it would be a fraction of the 2 million that was available.
Yeah. Okay. I know things have taken a while to get organised. I suppose, in proposing, and I know we made that decision probably last year, it might have been about reserve funding it in year 2 of that we're in at the moment. This idea of moving reserve funding of that to year 3, I'm pretty reluctant to go there. It's just so unsustainable to do that. So I'm raising questions about the reserve funding of that. However, I do think it is very, very important that that fund does go ahead there. So I'll just note that. I think that's probably all I've got to say on that one.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Alan, and I think we've applied the same principle, and part of that was meeting that expectation of last week, and the other one too, I think, thinking back to the discussion at the time when that decision was made for year 2, part of that, the rationale for that was until this is up and running, we won't necessarily understand how much of that will get out the door for projects that we believe meet the intent of that fund, and so to rate for it without understanding that was another one of the reasons why in year 1, as we get a better feel for the fund and how it's administered and how much how many groups end up accessing that to then enable us. But I do understand what you mean, because ultimately it's going to have to go back in at some point
Yeah.
if we maintain that fund.
Yeah. And that may be setting up a problem for ourselves if we're keeping rates sort of artificially low by reserve funding it when the next round comes along and there's rates limits, which looks as though that is coming in, that may be creating a artificial problem for us in future years, if we're still here, of course.
Not for us, yeah.
So yeah, agreed. Anytime we reserve fund or indeed we use underspends from a previous year to fund what effectively is ongoing OPEX, we create a challenge for ourselves in terms of future rates.
Yep.
I agree with that.
And look, I just note on that, in those notes down there, where it talks about the incentive funding for biodiversity enhancement of private land and the LTP year 3, I believe that is not 306 put aside, but 102,000.
Yeah, there's 100, that one. Yeah. It's just a typo, isn't it?
Oh.
Thank you. And then we had Neil.
I'm picking this is because I wasn't part of the previous organisation, but just trying to work out the rates dropping back by $3.047 million. What is it that's actually done that? Obviously something that was included from last year, now not going to be done, and I can't find something that correlates to that, or am I missing something really obvious? The rates decrease this year is $3.047 million.
Yeah, from that long-term plan figure to
Yeah, the long-term plan
proposed.
I think it relates to the funding of the large scale environment fund.
So that 2 million was sitting in the long-term plan as rates.
So that's the stuff that's in the notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so I guess I was expecting to see the changes to the work program. I would have thought that would have been the big number.
Well, I think we're not changing the work program, we're changing the way it's funded. So it's, I understand what you mean. So that's the headline for that change, is that in the LTP we were proposing to rate for it.
Yeah.
We're now saying not in year 3, so effectively that's a $2 million.
Yeah, I figured that's what it's connected to, but it just wasn't.
Thank you. And then Matt.
I give up. I was just wanting to.
That's what Paul said.
Yeah, just speak in support of that, the large scale environmental fund, and pleased to see that, yes, it is in the reserve, but I acknowledge that, yeah, it was originally down as a rate. So yeah, we're juggling act that if and when we are at a future table around those sort of things. Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the clarification on the maths side of things.
If there be no further questions. Thank you, T. So Michael Gordon, it's Mayor.
And Ed is on your way up to join me. I'll give a quick intro while she's on her way. So probably this the sheet outlines 3 aspects of our program that relate to air quality. So we've got a few staff undertaking, or 2 staff undertaking air quality instrumentation maintenance and measurement across the region. We've got 1 scientist that takes that information and turns it into reports to you all and supports any policy making, and then we've got policy and planning staff that are set up to deliver things like air plans. Broadly speaking, some changes in the air planning space, which I think is around phasing. The rest of it's relatively minor change.
Steve Calvert.
Just a quick question, when it says service delivery, impact of changes on level of service measures in year 3, yes. It's not this proposal, annual plan proposal that's affecting those though, isn't it? Wellington, which is affecting those, because it says underneath it, updated to reflect the new planning legislation. So it's not actually this that is making that. It's having an impact on those, is it?
No, that's right. So it's a result of the pause on planning work that's changed the level of service.
Thanks. In the changes to work program, that first bit there, the planned FTE increase for LTP year 3 has been removed. Why is that? Is that relating to the air plan work or something else?
I believe that's monitoring stuff. Yeah, sorry, just looking for clarification, just in case Anita wanted to own that. So we had, as we were developing the LTP, we had the anticipation that we would have by next year been through an air planning process. That air planning process was looking like it might include air sheds potentially from, there is the potential for air sheds to be included from that are not currently monitored, and that would potentially require monitoring. So we budgeted and forecast the potential for that. Obviously, we're not through that process yet, and so therefore the requirement for monitoring to start to be undertaken there has not yet arrived.
Right. So is it again a case of this is something we don't have to do, but we know that it's something that would increase our level of knowledge and information in order to improve the quality of lives of people in Otago?
No.
So from a staff perspective, that this is about timing. So the requirement doesn't yet exist. We had a resolution for a zero rate increase last week. This is an opportunity to contribute to that out of one of our programs by not undertaking some work that we don't yet have to. Yeah. Although in saying that, it is still the statements I made before around where the air plan might be heading probably still remain true, and therefore this requirement may come in a future year, subject to decisions of council and planners, etc.
Okay, and yeah, thanks, Tom. And in the notes, that last bit about options to council to proceed with their work, we will be coming to a report in December, so that will be next week.
And actually, that's one of the, once we've been through the questions, I'd like to dig into that just a little bit if I can, but replace December with February potentially, depending on the direction we get around the table.
Because I suppose what I'm asking, depending on that direction, would that potentially say, oh no, actually we do need this extra staffing in the year 3?
No.
Right, okay, all right. And I'm just still going back to the presentation that we had at our Cromwell meeting about air quality and emphasising for us that the current state of winter air quality and that selection of Otago towns is actually really serious and is affecting the health of people in Otago, and there is something that we can do about that. So I'm reluctant, very reluctant, if we're pulling back on those actions and information.
Is that a question?
It's getting better.
It was a comment in response to the question.
Yeah, thank you. Matt? Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, further to Alan's point, that presentation on Clyde and then Arrowtown as well. I note in the associate and Black Milton was on that as well. I know in that supporting document there's $10,000 of public education campaigns around the burning and that sort of stuff. Is that what's the spend been on that budget in this financial year? Is that consistent?
Yeah, spend's been consistent with budget, I think.
Okay.
Is it out of this budget, not comms?
It's funded out of the year budget.
Yeah, comfortable there, Matt?
Just if there's scope for any increase in that education budget, I think there's some opportunities there.
So that's the discussion that I actually want to have, and the one that Alan predicated. So for those new councillors, we've been working on a parallel air strategy and air plan together, and with the government directive to pause planning work. That stopped, but council asked us to come back with some options. So one of the things that we wanted to discuss with you and get some direction on to decide whether we need to do a paper in February is around air quality. So we've got at the moment $500,000 that we've rated for this year, year 2, in the policy budget. And we want to get an understanding of whether or not you'd be interested in a paper that might consider spending that money on an air quality trial in a town like Alexandra that was looking to do things like increased education, replacing fires, that sort of thing. So that's one part of the direction for a discussion. And the second part is we had also forecast about $300,000 that we were going to rate for in year 3, that we would bundle up and do that. Obviously, 800,000 gets us a bigger program, 500,000 gets us a considerable program. One lot of that money you've already collected, one lot you haven't. So sort of 2 questions, but that relates to the last point. And if that is something that you think is worth a discussion at the table in February, then you would prepare a paper to do that. The other option that goes in that basket is potentially we could seek a very narrow plan change to actually do the air quality domestic home heating rules. There's been no indication that they would change. We're not sure if they would find favour, but we'll also put that in the paper as an option for you to think about. So just wanted to put that on the table to let staff know whether that's a paper you'd like to see in February or not.
Councillor Wilson, is that on this particular one?
Yeah, yes.
Or would you like Paul to, cut
No,
on this?
so-
Yep.
Again, we're looking at a rules framework when we've seen out in the field that sometimes it's the implementation and that you can, with education, you can do this stuff best. So I'm just checking is if we were to do some of these catchments potentially as a CAT project, and this became, it's not just actually humans that the good air is important for, that could be run through an action plan process that might get a similar result, but through a non-regulatory process.
So this is a non-regulatory process that we're proposing to bring to you for a discussion, not a regulatory will be an option, but it's the non-regulatory focus that we would like to discuss, which is the work that was in the air strategy.
Yeah. Okay, and the question I've got here is that this is a benefit to a certain number of people in a territorial authority areas, but we're generally rating for that benefit. Is that correct? That so that people who may not be benefiting per se as they're driving through there, it's one of the, it's a consistency thing that I'm really keen to understand is how many of these actions do we do rate generally, but the benefit falls to a small number of people.
So absolutely, the $500,000 is general rates funded because it was meant to be a regional plan for all of Otago. If you decided that you did want to spend that money and you did want to target it, then you could think about how you might manage that going forward. But as it stands today, it's been collected across Otago.
Collected as a general rate, so it would be that's the way the decision that was made at the time in terms of the way we would collect that rate. So in the future, Kate, you're right. I mean, there's 1,000 different ways we can cut our rates. So I guess I'd just caution how far down we go the path of picking up every individual piece of work we do and identifying what percentage applies to what district, because our rating structure is already relatively challenging for the community to unpick. So I understand where you're coming from, but there are pros and cons to that as well.
Absolutely, but we have done that for some, and it's I just want to make sure that I understand, we all understand how that works compared to buses and things.
Excellent. Councillor Calvert and Councillor Laws.
My question probably is back for Richard. This makes me feel quite uncomfortable, the idea of when we've gone out to talk to people on an annual plan basis and put something into the budget and then want to shift it from either one part of the budget to another, or from generally people to a small piece, and especially when it's 500,000 and it looks like another 300,000. I don't quite understand what would happen if we said, which seems to me quite possible, that we don't want to have that 500 redirected to somebody who hasn't been told that they were going to be rated for it, and is there another 300 for next year? And if that's a total of 800, where on earth does it come from? And it's going to...
So the 500 has been collected as a general rate, so it's just comes out of the general rate pool for the purposes of implementing the air strategy, the actions within the air strategy. That air strategy was put on hold because it was a project that was designed to run in parallel with the air plan. The air plan was paused with the government's plan paused. Therefore, the air strategy had to be recast because it relied on the air plan. And when the air plan was no longer an option, we've had to go away and have a look at what the delivery of an air strategy on its own would look like and what it might deliver. So the $500,000 that was rated for this year won't be used because the strategy hasn't been delivered. It's been general rate funded. The question that Anita's asked is, there was also $300,000 proposed for next year, rated general rates, for the purposes of continued implementation of the air strategy. We're saying we've already got $500,000 that we told the community we were taking for the purposes of implementing the air strategy. That's sitting as a saving this year. It won't be spent on anything else. We have the option to use that next year once we deliver a strategy. We also have the option of using that plus the 300 if this table was of a mind to rate for that and collect it for purposes of air strategy implementation. It would be added to the 500 and would become effectively the budget for next year. The question is, for the table, do you want to do that or not effectively? So there isn't an issue of we've said to one, or we took the money generally and then using it for something different. The money was taken for a purpose and it's all sitting there for that purpose. The question is around do we want to rate further or do we just stick with what we've got?
So actually, that potentially what could come in February is a suggestion of spending $800,000, 500 that we're saving from this year and another 300 for next year on something which we're not proposing goes into the competition for rating. I mean, that 500,000 now that we're not spending this year, for example, had we not spent it on that, it could have been spent on public transport or something else, or
it would have to have been spent on something else that was general rate funded, and it would have had to have been a decision for it, because it would need to be spent in an area consistent with the way it was rated. So I don't know what else is general rate funded that we could be using as an example.
But if we didn't spend it, it would be sitting in our
reserve,
our ratepayers' reserve for later. So I'm saying it's real money that's been rated and isn't being spent at the moment.
Correct.
So if we decided, which would be consistent with our current ideas, not to spend any extra money, and that's money sitting not being spent, then next year we can put in the annual plan, we can think about that next year, and we would be saying to people, we haven't spent it, presumably in the annual plan for next year, we'd be saying, here it is.
Yeah. So that's what's in the plan at 500, but we're proposing we don't have to rate again for it because we've already got it. It's sitting in the bank. We've rated for it this year. Question is, do we think we need to continue to rate for the additional $300,000 that was in the long-term plan?
But we could also have the 500,000 back. That's what I'm saying is that.
So the question is spend or save. In essence, we've got $500,000. The paper would say, would you like to spend it on air quality work, which is what we rated it for, or would you like to save it? And if you'd like to spend it, would you also like to spend a bit more from what we were planning to rate this year, but we've currently taken?
And equally, we could say,
don't spend it at all.
Don't spend it at all.
And it stays in reserves and offsets something else that we were going to general rate for next year.
So if any paper was coming to us about this, it seems to me it would be a paper saying, starting off with, here's 500,000 we've generally rated this year for that purpose. And we've got it potentially at the end of the year. What are we going to do knowing that? Is there some, do we save it? Do we just not spend it? I mean, a paper, where I'm going here is, if a paper was coming to us next year, presumably the options about what we wouldn't be doing and where it might go. It's not just about that 500,000 having not been spent for air quality, is it? It's that the question is much bigger than that potentially.
So I think the first question would be, do you want to spend the money that you've already collected on air or not? And if you say no, then there's a second question that says where does the money go? Does it go back?
Yeah, no, I'm saying there is not two questions there. There is a question about what to do with that 500,000 because we're not doing what we were going to do with it. And so it isn't the question of do we do what we were going to do with it because we haven't already done that.
The first question is, do you still, because we're just saying we're not doing it this year. The question is, we are still proposing to do it next year, but you could choose not to do it. But that is the first question. It was rated for air. It's a general rate, but we told the community it was for the purposes of air, implementing air strategy. We haven't done it this year. We could do it next year, or you could decide not to. But that is the first question that's specific to air. If not, then just leave it, reserves, tops up reserves, or apply it to something else within the budget to offset the need to rate for that. So that's the crux of that February decision. There's the three options in there.
Can I just go back,
Yeah.
Harry, if I could just go back, when we voted to go ahead with the air plan, we also had our air strategy, and part of that was options around assisting with heating, assisting with fires and the likes. That was in the air strategy where we rated the 500,000 to do trials and the likes. So government stopped. We stopped the air strategy at the same time. Here's an option to carry on that good work regardless of the air plan going forward. So we bring that to the February paper.
Yeah, sorry, but what's engaging my political brain here is that we chose not to do it because of it not being either practical, rational, reasonable, considering that we had to stop planning work. So that reason suggested that we shouldn't go ahead with it from what I'm hearing from Richard. If that's the case, sorry, could you, I'm just confused.
It was not appropriate to go ahead with it because the two worked in parallel and the plan dropped away. I'm certainly not saying it's not appropriate to go ahead with implementation of the air strategy because the council were very keen for us to progress that, but it was the last council.
Yes, thank you.
Was very keen for us to progress that. I'm certainly not saying that you shouldn't progress with the air strategy. It's just that the existing plan we had was that the two worked in parallel, and with one of those taken away, it needed to be reassessed.
Council Laws.
Just a couple of things. First thing is the strategy and the plan were put together for a reason. And why was it put together for a reason? Because we don't like strategies that don't lead to outcomes. And we decided to put an implementation plan there because it's a more effective way of doing things. Okay, so instead of just conceptualizing something, you actually were going to do something as well. Because regional councils love strategizing stuff that never goes anywhere. It's not a criticism of this council, it's a criticism of all councils. And then the plan comes next after you've had your fine words all buttered up. Then along comes the government and says, you stop everything because we're doing resource management reform. Air policy and quality is one of those things that we'll be looking at. And at the moment, they're indicating that as just as in water, there'll be national standards set. And then it'll be for councils to look at. So we stopped because the government said stop. Wait until we've got policy settled in this area. Now, what I'm hearing is let's do a shifty, Richard. Let's try and work round the annual plan or the policy stop. Yeah, it is a shifty, Richard. It's typical regional council. And that is, let's try and make sure that we can keep on doing what we want to do, despite the government saying stop and us aligning strategy and plan together. Now, I'm also hearing a new concept, which I've never heard before, called trials in Alexandra, which is ironic, really, because the last monitoring that came out of Alexandra showed that in actual fact, air quality is improving and that the air exceedances are reducing in Alexandra. And so we've got $500,000 into a policy we're not going to actually implement. That's the saving from because of the result of government intervention. And then we're going to put an extra 300,000 in, which is 800K together. So the question is, what do we do? Now, I would suggest to you it's bloody obvious. You wait until the government's got its resource management and its air strategies aligned, communicated to us, and then off we go. But we don't do anything in the meantime, and we save the money. The second issue that I'm interested in is that we're still going to employ 2 staff, according to Anita.
Michael, can we finish off on the?
Well, no, that's my contribution on that one. You've asked for my feedback. I've just given it to you. Save the money. But the second one I wanted to ask was the quality of staff. If we're actually not doing anything at the moment, so we've got one guy apparently, or girl, going around making sure that the equipment works and presumably still doing the monitoring every year, or just making sure that the equipment works. And we've got another person that's creating policy, Anita, that's what I think I heard you say. Why do we need the second person? If we're waiting for the government to come us and tell us what the plan and the policies and the national policy statement should be.
There's not actually 2 people working on air at the moment. There's 2 resources, the way that we've ranked and split the resources. There is one person still working on
doing the equipment
on air. No, that's environmental monitoring. That's a different line. And the other person is working on other work across the business.
So the person who was doing air policy isn't working on air policy
There is
anymore.
still someone doing some low-level work on air policy.
And in terms of air quality monitoring, that's getting the equipment. I think there are 5 air sheds, is that right? 4 or 5 that we monitor. Milton, Alexandra, Cromwell,
We are monitoring. So we are monitoring in Milton, Alexandra, intermittently, in Alexandra, Airtown, Wanaka, Cromwell, Queens. Yeah, so we just established a site in Frankton, and Dunedin.
Okay. And that is reported to us, I think, comes to us annually. Yeah. And you're right. But that's the stuff that shows that Alexandra's problems declining, according to the latest statistics coming out. It might be because you've shifted the monitor, but it doesn't matter. It shows that we don't have an overall problem there. Why are we having a paper in February? Because it isn't being driven by this table, Anita. That's the bit I don't get. I mean, we're looking to save money. So why don't we wait until it's finished, save the money, and then when the government says go, here's what we want you to do, we're ready to go.
So and we're happy not to bring the paper in February. However, the last council, and I'll acknowledge it's the last council, asked for options on how to continue to advance the air strategy in lieu of the planned stop. So the test here is that something you still have appetite in or not? And if it's not, we will park it and you'll save the money. And if you want to have the conversation, then we'll bring the paper that allows the conversation entirely in your hands.
Well, that's the reason.
Kate. Yep. Thank you, Michael. Kate.
Look, if we didn't do the work, is it possible that people would be investing in systems in their house that they may regret or not be able to invest in and have poor investment choices because of that? I mean, we talked about having an investment methodology which actually saved money, the community.
I think we probably would need a fire technician for this, but the biggest challenge is older appliances rather than newer appliances, and fires are better now than they were. We've got, we know approximately how many old burners we've got across Otago, and there's a lot of them. So it's the air strategy, if you recall, for the existing councils and the new was intending to start with the oldest fires and prioritise replacing those and have a staged implementation. So it's more about retrospective improvements rather than new going in. Not to say that might not still occur, but I think that would be the exception rather than the rule.
Okay, I'm going to ask the table now from those discussions, and it was a majority decision by the previous council to investigate this proposal. Do we require a paper? on that process for February? Or are we putting the $500,000 as a saving? That's what that's what we've been asked by staff.
Yeah, no, fair
So
enough.
I'm asking that direction now because we either get the paper and make a decision from the paper, or we say now, save the money. And I think we need to, that's as clear cut as that, because you would have the option in February to look at the paper and still make the saving. So I will go around the table starting from go alphabetically. Robbie, are we getting the paper, then making the decision, or saving the money?
Wrap it up and return the money to ratepayers.
Save. Janelle.
I'm happy to follow national direction and wait for clarity around that. Save money.
Let's go. Neil.
Yeah, the same as Chanel said, but my only question would be is that if the previous council resolved to do something, then we need to unresolve it formally in some way, shape or form.
Thanks, Neil. Matt.
I think it's worth saving that, seeing that. So I would think it's worth seeing the paper.
Yeah, paper. Matt. Gary.
I'm save the money, paper.
No paper. Yeah. No paper. No paper.
No paper.
Sorry for the assumption.
No, happy to have a report. We seem to be having a debate here about
correct
decision. Let's have it at a council meeting.
Correct.
And make that decision.
Thank you. That's your call.
We definitely need that paper. And look, I'm really worried by the narrow view of what our role is here. Our role isn't just to save money for ratepayers. Of course, we have to be responsible. Our role is to look after the community and the environment of Otago. And there's something we know we can do here. We definitely need to have that paper in those options.
That paper won't make a jot of difference.
I would like to see the paper because I think actually there were some solutions that were being suggested that would actually cost neutral anyway, but would facilitate better air. And so it's not just about $500 or not. It's actually, and for the cost of the report, which I think will probably have written anyway, I'd rather see it and value that and balance it with information.
So I'm going to make a ruling based on what I've heard is that the portfolio leads where air comes in, discuss this matter with staff and then report back to, in the portfolio system, report back to councillors of the relevance of this paper and then councillors to give their opinion whether to carry forward with that paper at that stage.
Sorry, just so that you know, the debate is 6-5 in favour of not having the paper come to us in February. So that's how this, if you were to vote for the paper. But also, which portfolio lead would you talk about? I'm co-chair of strategy along with the chair. This is a strategic issue. Or does it go to what other portfolio are you thinking?
I'm seeking advisement on that right now.
One of the five.
Yeah, I'm just making it on the file.
Well, he's not.
Oh, so he's not?
He hasn't said it.
Okay, well, that's 6-4.
This, of course, isn't a decision-making table.
That's absolutely correct. That's why I'm putting it to the portfolio leads.
So the purpose of February is for us to bring a draft along with papers on any matters outstanding for council to give very clear direction on what we include in our draft annual plan. Appreciate there are different views around just saving it now, but based on the previous resolution from council and the fact we're about to get resource management reform next week, which will talk a little bit to what our role might be in regulating air quality through an air plan or a natural environment plan, whatever it's called. And there has been significant discussions in the past on the delivery of air strategy. I genuinely don't understand why you wouldn't want a paper from staff just to set that out, make that decision, and tell us to stick it or not in the annual plan at that point, along with a few other papers that will sit alongside that in the draft annual plan.
We've just told you
Yep, and I'm just giving you my advice
Okay,
on the matter.
no, but it's not, this is a governance decision.
Absolutely.
Okay, and we've just told you.
We haven't.
Yes, we have, by 6 votes to 4, and Kevin hasn't voted. And you're trying to truncate a vote, Chief
Sorry, Michael,
Executive, that this
Michael,
governance
Michael,
table makes.
Michael, we cannot make a decision in a workshop and this was not a
But this is
vote.
a direction that we are giving, that we were asked for a direction, we've just given it.
Chanel,
This is a side question. It was really helpful not having that 500,000 sitting there in this airspace. In a different, outside of this meeting, it would be helpful to know what sits as either a surplus or underspend in the other ones as well. It doesn't have to be now. I just.
It's in the supplement stuff.
it's in the supplement stuff.
Thanks.
And Neil,
We've got no choice. There's already a decision made by the council. And if that decision is to be changed, it needs a paper. And the sentiment is to save the money, but the paper is going to be required to formally do that. We can't give other than direction, but if you've got a resolution that's already been made about what we're going to do, you need to unresolve it. It needs a paper. It's simple.
No, there isn't a resolution there. It was part of the annual plan.
that's a resolution.
Sorry, can I just clarify that?
Hillary first, sorry.
Okay.
Apart from this 500, the 300 that we're talking about, is that a suggestion that it would or wouldn't go into next year's budget? That isn't in it at the moment.
It's been taken out at the moment.
So it's a bit uncomfortable feeling to think that all of a sudden, when we're looking at this and we've asked our chief executive to produce a zero budget, that suddenly somebody offers to pop another 300,000 in, which wasn't signalled in here. It says it will be talking about the current underspend in the workshop, but this is, are we going to be open to anybody else, any other managers or anybody else who might want to say, how about spending another bit of money for the annual plan next year, when we've gone to a lot of trouble and our chief executive's gone to a lot of trouble to produce a zero budget increase, to just open the door immediately for, once we've gone to all this trouble, they've gone to all this trouble, we've got these plans and things, that suddenly somebody can pop up and just say, and not only this 500 grand, but how about another 300 grand? And I just don't see how we can, and as a matter of principle, just pop another paper in here that will change that and open the whole in-house to the boxes again. That was a question about why this would be different from other things.
Kevin, can I just ask, please? I just want to remember that we, at our last meeting in Cromwell, gave a direction to the chief executive to produce a draft budget for the pertinent purpose of meeting a 0% rates increase for year 3 of the annual plan. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
Thank you. So that would mean, of its volition, that there would be significant changes required to the to the long-term plan, year 3 of the long-term plan, as a consequence of that, because the rate increase was to go to 12%. So obviously you'll change, or 14%, sorry. So you're changing an awful lot of the stuff that you were going to be doing in year 3 to change it from 14% to 0. And my understanding of coming to this workshop is that we are now being presented with a draft plan to get to 0 that has been presented by the chief executive and by the senior management team. So far, so good. So in February, when we actually get to the draft plan that we put out for submission, year 3 of the long-term plan with the 0%, that will be the consultation process that we use. My understanding of just what we've gone through here now is we're being presented with the opportunity to save monies in this particular area. And the reason why we've been presented with that opportunity is because the government has imposed a planning freeze on all the regional councils ahead of draft resource management law reform. That's fine. So we now know. Now we've been given another option by staff, but you could do this, which is fair enough to do. Staff are entitled to do that. We've been then asked around the table, do you want to do that, or do you want to, in actual fact, save those funds as part of the savings that you're making across all these budgets today, Kevin? And we have decided by a majority around this table, we want to save those monies. It will finally be confirmed when the draft annual plan is presented to us in 2026, presumably in February sometime, for us then to approve for the point and purpose of going out to public consultation, at which point we will make a whole series of decisions that amend the decisions of previous councils resolved by that council last year and at the long-term plan previous. Have I got the process correct, Mr. Chairman?
I think that's fairly eloquently put and correct.
I just wanted to make sure that was the case. Thank you.
Can I just clarify something? When you asked around the table, you asked the question of you wanted direction, okay? And the people who said they wanted paper didn't say whether they wanted the 500 to be spent or saved.
Correct.
I just want to make that clear. There has been no decision by anyone who mentioned a paper that they were in favour of spending that 500 or saving it.
Or the other 300.
Or the other 300.
Correct. And
yeah, I understand.
Just make that clear.
am I correct in saying that the 500, if that went ahead, would not affect the minus 0.8% rate increase or rate decrease that we've been presented?
No, it wouldn't.
Why would it not? It's money that comes back.
And it's used to offset.
Neil?
But if we don't spend it.
Excuse me?
Sorry.
Just Neil's, yeah, sorry.
Just want to clarify, because otherwise I've written something down wrong, or I haven't heard something properly if this is the case. I'm sure I heard that the 300,000 that's been put about was in the LTP for 26, 27. Did I get that wrong when I wrote that down?
That's correct. It was, and we've taken it out.
Right, so it was in the LTP and it's been taken out, what we've been presented today. So I've got that right. I also heard and wrote down that the current resolution is the $500,000 to be spent on, and the previous council asked for a paper on options for that. Did I hear that correctly?
Almost. So we've rated $500,000 for air plan work.
Yep.
That we're not doing.
Yep.
And there was a council discussion. We're just trying to find if there's a resolution, but there's a discussion about wanting to continue the air quality strategy work while we wait for the regulation. So to continue the non-regulatory stuff. And so the question is, if you want to continue that work, do you want to spend the money that you've rated for air on non-regulatory air stuff?
So today we can give direction to take the 300 out. That's already been done, the staff's recommendation. And if we do nothing about the 500, it just sits there and there's another decision required. And all the discussion I picked up about the paper was saying if there's resolutions that have been put in place that need to be unresolved, then that's why you need a paper. Otherwise, strictly speaking, what Michael has said is correct. That's part of the annual plan consideration going forward.
Yeah. That's correct.
Nothing further to do. But based on what I'd heard, that wasn't how it was stacking up.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Because, as Anita just said, can't find out whether there's a discussion or a resolution.
Yeah,
that's one or the other.
So essentially, this is the change that's being proposed from the plan, and when we come in February, all these will be collated and we'll draft it into the draft year 3 plan, annual plan. That's correct. And then we'll have to make a decision. We're not going to spend the 300. we'll have to make a decision. Well, what are we going to do with the 500 we haven't spent from this current financial year? And that's the decision we have to make. Have I got that right, Kevin?
Correct. And staff were bringing a paper on options of that $500. That's what staff, $500,000, that staff were bringing a paper on how that should be handled, whether to use it to implement the air strategy or to not spend it and save the money.
That's correct. And we then decided here, we would prefer to save the
We haven't
500.
decided, but we've given some direction.
Yeah, we've given some direction, sorry.
Yeah, so I would assume that that paper that came back would clarify that. Yeah, that's why I'm saying the paper still needs to come back so we can make a decision at council to say, no, we're not going ahead with the strategy, we are saving the money. But we would need a paper to make that final decision.
That paper is also, though, coming back with an intention to put back into the proposed annual plan, something that our chief executive has specifically taken out to achieve an objective. So that 300,000 is quite a different thing than the 500,000. And so now we're being encouraged to have a paper brought in that says, and why don't we put back in something that's specifically been taken out to achieve what we asked to be achieved?
Your rule, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So the paper comes back. The paper comes back to us to make that decision. The decision that we can't make a decision now. We've given clear direction where we're thinking. So that paper, I'm sure, will reflect that option that we have given, plus the options to continue with the strategy.
Why would it do that when they just rejected that?
You can't make
Thank you.
decisions here.
Yeah, it has to have all the options. So we can't make a decision here. Simple. So the paper will reflect what we've been saying and we'll have the options in it.
But we are making, sorry, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, we are making decisions today. We're giving clear directions to staff as to the kind of paper that we expect coming to us in February in terms of a draft Year 3 annual plan. Now, I know workshops can't make...
Councillor Lawes, could I just interrupt just a wee bit? We've now constructed a portfolio system that all decisions will be made by council. So that's why the paper is coming to council, so we can then make a decision on it. Understand your point of view
about directions.
And happy to go further, but council is a decision-making body. Thank you. And now the ear is cleared on that matter. Any further questions on ear, or can we move to natural hazards and climate change? Thank you. We're staying, Tom. Thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Yeah, I think I'm here for the next little while.
We'll just take a 2-minute break and turn the recorder off for 2 minutes so I can sigh. And start recording in progress. Natural hazards and climate change. Tom, GM of Science and Resilience. Your paper, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. So this one is pretty straightforward. So Natural Hazards and Climate Change Program is resourced by a group of 10 staff who implement a range of programs, mostly scientific resource and some engineering resource. They look at flood modelling, flood management works. They provide a consultancy service through to our engineering team. They provide reports and monitoring on a range of hazards around the region. You know, everything from fault line description and analysis through to flood hazard modelling. there's a range of different bits of work. And in some cases, that also contributes through to look at adaptation strategies with communities. So, for instance, we've not long wrapped up a piece of work in the Glenorchy area, the head of the lake hazard mitigation strategy. That's a piece of work that is now compiled the views of the community and a range of hazards and infrastructure that are affected by those hazards. So it's now including a piece of work QLEC. I was just advised last week, starting to ramp up their work to look at their flood bank sizing on the edge of the community, which will potentially have quite a big impact for that township. The next piece of work in that regard is in the Lower Cluth area and will help to inform any future planning for infrastructure change with our Lower Cluth flood scheme. The changes we've got here, there is one reasonably significant change you'll see, and that's with our LIDAR program. So originally in the LPP, we forecasted starting flying LIDAR in at over 4 years, beginning in year 3. We've actually started that this year, and that's due to some grant funding that was received from MFE late in last financial year, which has enabled us to begin the program a little bit early. That was to the tune of $1.2 million. We still require that program isn't all rate funded. There is an assumption of a 63% grant funding component from central government, in line with, they did have the previous government had a program of work to fund LIDAR capture around the region, around the country. Our region is still has reasonably sparse coverage. That $1.2 million will get us about halfway through that program, and we're engaging in discussions now with TAs and other potential funders to see whether or not we can get the funding in place to be able to complete flying of LIDAR for the region next financial year. So there's an acceleration of that work program, but still delivery of what we see within the LTP just a little bit earlier. And yeah, so far indications are good that grant funding will be available. The other changes are relatively minor. A program falling away of work associated with the South Dunedin Futures work, which is a joint program with DCC, and some other minor efficiency savings or timing savings. Happy to take questions.
Andrew Noon, and then Kate.
In relation to the South Dunedin Futures program, 200k saving there, there's 20k left in there. So we're assuming that the 26-27 year, there will still something in relation to that program. I just want to check, does that 20k have any connection with the 20-odd groundwater monitoring sites, or that's in a separate budget?
It's still 220.
Yeah, so 220 is the number.
It's gone down by 200.
Oh, sorry, go down to 220. Sorry, but there's still 220 in there for the 26-27 year.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to understand what will that money be spent and in any relation to those ground monitoring sites.
Yes, so there is some relation to that groundwater monitoring site, and there potentially there's some further analysis of data that we've captured. We've done one report already, but there's a further 3 years of data since that last report. So there'll be some analysis of that, and also some we have a great work program with BCC. I couldn't give you the detail, but there's some specific reports and milestones that we're required to deliver, or co-funding of a position that our current agreement with them rolls up until the end of 26-27, which is what a good chunk of that 220 paid for.
And that will mean that the South Dunedin Futures program will have ceased by the end of the 26-27 year.
As a joint program, yes.
Yeah, right. Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Kate.
Thank you. Look, I'm delighted by LIDAR. I think it's great to have it right throughout Otago, and it's also picking up grants funding, which is absolutely brilliant. So thank you for delivering that. It's been something that's been missing in Otago, so great. What I'm intrigued by is when you look at natural hazard and climate change identification, substantial amount of that's generally rated, and then when you go over to flood protection, drainage and river management, a lot of that is targeted rates. Where we've got, and there's some pretty hefty items in there of 736,445, but actually specific sites. And maybe I'm just getting this wrong, but I'm just wondering if it's a consistent rating system that we put in, because these are known hazards that we're doing work on, or is this just planning work, preempting what might become flood protection or drainage and river management work?
Yeah, so broadly speaking, most of the HAZARD program is funded by general rates, and it, as you state, you're correct in that most of the work delivered by natural hazards can be place specific, but it is includes feasibility studies and early analysis before you get to a design or construction stage. Once you got to design or construction or actually doing something about the hazards, that would typically fall into an engineering budget or another budget that would be targeted and focused on that place and space, and the ratepayers that the funding would be sought from ratepayers that benefit from those schemes in line with our funding policies. This particular, so some of that 736,000 is funded, I think, from the Kuraweo Fund, as it is. It is benefiting the area within that. So the area that fund was set up to benefit.
So there'd be reserves. The purple on that graph would be reserves, other funding, yeah. So that'd be Kuraweo. Okay.
Yeah, great.
Councillor Laws.
A couple of things. I noticed that you mentioned flood modelling and flood management. Why wouldn't that be under flood protection, drainage and river management?
So as I said before, this team does carry out some consultancy work, if you like. So this our river management and engineering teams are largely set up to operationalise work. So we have operational staff, we have asset management staff that do a bit of thinking. We don't have hydrologists within that team. So we use hydrologists out of this team to support that team. It's a pooling of resource thing, and it's just an efficient way to do work that would otherwise, if we separated those two teams, would otherwise be delivered by consultants.
Okay, and climate change adaptation. It says retain the year 3 level of consultant funding, but a reduction against the current year. It's a lot of money, $750,000. What do we employ consultants for in this area?
So typically, in terms of the work program for this year, that's included things like we've done some coastal analysis in terms of dune movement and erosion on the from Carter Point right across the Clutha Delta. That's included geological resource and some specific testing and work occurring on grounds and drilling of cores and analysis of sediment and other bits and pieces. So it's that type of work that we would typically do with this money.
But why are we doing that?
So that's being used to inform reports that would describe the expected rate of erosion or, in some cases, degradation of a delta or a bed. So that's one example, but there's other examples too in there that relate to things like, for instance, in Roxburgh at the moment, we're looking at debris flow risk and hazards associated with thunderstorms in the upper catchment and debris flow occurring
around Black Creek and
correct, debris flow occurring and causing damage to the township and properties, infrastructure and
So
properties.
you get consultants in for that. You don't have staff to do it yourself.
So we have staff coordinating the program, but we don't have specialist resource for some of those elements. So we run very much a hybrid program in that about half of the work we do in the hazard space is done by our staff, and about half is completed externally.
So that's $750,000 is consultancy funding. That's nothing to do with FTEs or staff at all.
Correct.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Further questions? Probably the Neil.
What would you mean when you said 63% LiDAR funding? Is that not that 1.2 million?
So the total expected bill for the fly and the rest of the LiDAR is about 3.7 million all up. 1.2 gets us a wee way across that funding gap. We've got rates funding for 37%. We haven't got rates funding. We've got budgets together that outline hedge for rates funding of about 37% of that number. We have gathered 1.2 million of the, I forget what the exact number required, but of the 63%. We've still got a bit more to gather to be able to complete that program. So I expect to.
Of the 10 FTEs, is there some that are just natural hazards and some that are just climate change, or are they sort of bit of both? Like how many are just on climate change and how many just on natural hazards, or is it sort of?
It's a hard question to answer. There might be 2 that are 100% dedicated to climate change. There'll be others that are 50-50 split. And then there'll be a couple that are 100% dedicated to traditional hazard analysis work.
Is that like climate change policy or climate change?
No, analysis of potential risk associated with climate change. So it's still technical work, not policy.
The reduced natural hazards external costs due to finding efficiencies and revised timings across a range of projects. So things have been sort of pushed back a bit.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of projects we've identified that the driver to complete them has got a little bit more slack within it, or waiting for a little bit longer for a data set to be collected over time is a useful thing. So we've already got monitors in, that sort of stuff. Waiting for another year is actually quite a good thing in terms of being sure that the data set we've got to inform any analysis is robust. There's a few things like that in there, and there's a few things that we've just suggested revised timing. We don't think it's going to cause a big issue with any communities or any issues, but potentially just provides a little saving.
Okay. I thought Contact was paying for the monitoring of the dune erosion of the lower cliff.
So what you'll see here is a I'm just actually trying to figure it out. Is a funding picture. The grants section, if you look at the pie chart, the grants section may include contributions from Contact. I'm aware that Contact are undertaking separate work as well at the moment with regards to reviewing their consents. So there's in some cases because of the conditions within their consent, we're able to cooperate and or seek funding from them to finance some work that's occurring on the scheme. However, where they've sought to develop material or information for their future consent, sometimes they've done that alone to create a bit of a firewall.
So like there's the same work going on twice, but
I'm not 100% sure exactly what's going on, but pretty similar.
Yeah, these are interesting.
Thank you.
Neil.
2 questions. First one is just to pick up on about the climate change adaptation. What I really heard was that we do a lot of work in that space, but it's not necessarily all about climate. It's about informing work that we do going forward.
Yeah, it's while the words climate change are included in there, often we're working in places where it has existed. And climate change in a lot of these cases is forecast to make that as potentially exacerbated or a little bit worse. Talking about 5-10% maybe, something like that. You might see more significant floods more often, that sort of stuff. But at the same time, it's already flooded. Whanokē is a good example. Regularly flooded, regular responses required. And so typically this work would occur where that hazard is already present and already exists. The work of climate change are there as an acknowledgement.
And the second one, forgive me, I'm geographically challenged, but clearly Brewery Creek and Stony Creek are not the ones I'm thinking of, so.
Yeah, there's about 7 Stony Creeks, I think.
Can we not have a Coal Creek as well, because we didn't want to Coal Creek, but whereabouts are these particular ones?
So Brewery Creek, I'm actually not 100% sure about Stony Creek's in Wanaka.
Can you let me know about Brewery Creek?
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah, thank you.
That's, I suggest if you see some of those as well.
There is.
Thanks, Tom. Let's move on to flood protection, drainage and river management.
So you've got a bit more of a summary for this particular page. I'll just acknowledge that up front. In that the way we rate for flood protection and river management is quite targeted. So we have a huge, all of the rates collected, or 80% of the rates collected for flood schemes comes from targeted rates within the area of benefit. The other 20% is general rated. But as you can imagine, if we start to break all of that down in terms of budget reductions and changes across a program, we end up having to break that down by area as well, and you get a table that would be about 6 or 7 pages. So we have summarised it in this case. So the changes to work program table is not quite as detailed as you might expect. Broadly speaking, there's quite a big uplift in river management budgets forecast through the LTP, quite a substantial number. We have been back through and looked at demand for that money and looked at what we would spend it on, and believe that we can continue the work at the current rate of funding at a level that's probably pretty acceptable to the community. So we're proposing to hold that funding or reduce it a little bit from the annual plan 2025-26 funding. Now that all of that funding is a general targeted rate, and that it is targeted to the district or area for which the work occurs. So there's a rate for Queenstown, there's a rate for Waitaki, there's a rate for Dunedin City. And all of those have, in terms of the way we pull the budgets together, have a few ups and downs across them. Most significant down is in the Queenstown area. The level of funding we had forecasted there was quite significant. In terms of adding further complication, the way that was implemented initially in terms of that ramp up included a staging of funding. So rates, so the rates uplift, that we've created reserves for each of these areas. The rates requirement has been softened against spend by dipping into negative reserves for a few of these areas, with the idea being that we collect those rates, we ramp up that rating over time, over a greater level of time than we have ramped up our spend. That'll all need to balance out in the LTP. But what we're suggesting is that at this stage and sustainably going forward, we don't require the level of funding that was initially put in a number of our river management areas. Staff are still busy, staff are still doing a lot of work, and this year work program is pretty significant, and we will go very close to spending the full budget in this financial year. However, it's just in terms of what was forecast for next year, it's not required. Then our flood and drainage works, we have made some significant adjustments to the capital program in terms of spending, but that includes a range of new funding sources, but also acceleration of work. So we put a paper to you last week that outlines some of this, and that we have sought central government funding for a range of engineering projects, and a lot of those projects were in the long-term plan but staged in years further out. To gain that funding, their funding was designed to fund projects that were ready to go or able to move quickly, and so to gain that funding, we've had to suggest that we move forward. All of those as I said before, all of these drainage schemes hold reserves. Some are in surplus, some are in deficit, depending on the number of floods that they had in the last 4 or 5 years, and the damage caused by those. But what we're saying is that we'll bring that back at long-term plan and even all of that stuff out. Happy to take questions.
Matt.
I think you covered it in your explanation, but just in reading that line, majority of cost savings are in the Queensland Lakes District. So because you've accumulated additional funding in previous years because of less response work, is that the case? Is that where the savings have come from?
Yeah, yes, and I think there was initially there was an expectation to be quite a lot of gravel removal work required on some of the big braided rivers and in that area. So I think the Dart, Reese rivers with an association with Glenorchy and maybe Shotover. What we have found is that so going through that process with I described before in natural hazards, going through that process with the Glenorchy community is not necessarily the best bang for buck. And not actually going to yield a great deal of benefit. You could be removing gravel there all day and never make it in terms of flood capacity for those rivers. So there's those elements that we were priced in, but now because of further analysis, we know are no longer required or no longer going to add a huge amount of benefit. That and we've got commercial operators doing the job for us in the area in terms of gravel removal where it makes sense. So Shotover is a good example.
So the outcome for communities has not been compromised. It's basically the natural changes in commercial extraction have reduced the need for intervention.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Glenorchy. It's probably our greatest risk just at the moment in terms of that. Well, it's right across the region, but that area as well. The flood banks, which we've been involved in the Glenorchy issue for years now, don't seem to be any further progressed.
So through that strategy work I was talking about before in the natural hazards program, we've outlined a range of future work items that are required. Some sit with us, some sit with QLDC. That flood bank has been agreed that sits with QLDC. They've started work now on design and options for upgrading that flood bank, which will have a reasonable benefit for the community there.
Yeah.
And saying that is, that place is a pretty wild place and subject to lake flooding as well as river flooding. So we won't remove the hazard entirely, but we'll certainly provide an additional level of protection. So instead of having the flood bank overtopped, at the moment it's kind of once every 3 years, it'll be less.
So nothing in this will be affected. Will we be contributing financially to the flood bank creation and maintenance?
No, that's not the plan at this stage. QLDC will be undertaking that work. But we will still continue to contribute with vegetation management and removal of willows in the area where they are causing a potential flood hazard. We'll still continue managing gravel and the river way to ensure it efficiently passes Glenorchy as well wherever possible.
Thank you.
Kate, then Neil.
A number of smaller questions on this. The ORC owns some trees in some rivers that we're still working on understanding where they are for the whatever strategy it is, infrastructure strategy. Is that right? And how's that work progressing? Because that has some bearing on people's understanding of how they can manage their riverbanks.
Yes. So there's quite a bit in that. So broadly speaking, we have planted willows as either catchment board predecessor to ORC or as ORC for the purpose of stabilising the bank for erosion and other bits and pieces like that. There are other areas of our riverscape that are have willows that have arrived there, either planted by landowners or just self-seeded. And providing clarity on the good willows versus the bad willows is an ongoing task that we undertake around the community at the moment. We've just recently started looking at how to coordinate that more efficiently, looking at things like visiting landowners, developing a plan or an understanding of which willows are beneficial versus which if they were interested in removing or partnering in terms of removal. Some willows are beneficial, some are benign, and some present a hazard or a risk. We obviously get involved with it where they present a hazard or a risk. If they're benign, we declare no interest or potentially partner with the landowner on removing them. And if they're beneficial, then we talk to the landowner about keeping them if they're interested in removing them. That work at the moment has been done in a pretty ad hoc way, and sometimes landowners have struggled to get hold of our staff or get a straight answer out of our staff. We're just working now on making sure that we're proactively attending and meeting with landowners and talking about, and developing a plan, so a written plan that actually puts a line around those willows and declares an interest up front rather than something as a reactive piece of work. And that's included in the work program, but will be ongoing over many years.
Thank you. I've had people come to me before and said, we want to see this, the work programs for river management understood at a catchment scale so that they can, some people said they'd rather increase their rates and do it once well, and then have this drip fed and never. So are we going to be in a position to show some clarity, subject to floods which get in the way of our work programs? I get that, and I think most people do. Are we going to have some clarity about what our work programs looking forward might be and what people's expectations for in their catchments might be, so that they can submit in a meaningful way on this stuff?
Yes, we're working to publish our programs on our website, on our GIS platform at the moment. Although I acknowledge that's often a line on the map without a great description of what the work entails. We're working with our GIS team at the moment to try and get some more of the detail into that picture. So at the moment, for each river we're planning on working on in this year, we have a document with an aerial photo with a markup of gravel removed here, or a corner realigned here, or whatever the work is proposed to be. We work with landowners on that, so we take and use those documents as a tool for working with landowners. What we're going to try and do is get those photographs into our GIS platform so that people can go and look at their stretch of river and find exactly what we're planning to do. And saying that, planned work is also accompanied by reactive work. So in some cases where a need is identified that is urgent within a given year, we'll get in and react and do that and reasonably quickly. The other thing we're working on is, as I said, that willow management and control work longer term, that as we develop those plans with each landowner, we'll be able to aggregate them up and start to show a more river specific or regional picture.
And the only last question, and I know you and I have discussed this, but just understanding if procurement of this sort of work can be done in a number of ways, and I imagine it's exceedingly tiresome to have to run many contracts, but it also provides for local solutions. And my question is there, or understanding that procurement process and our role, is there a role for governance to understand that procurement process to ensure that there is local providers and local workers enabled and in some of these more regional or rural areas? Or maybe that's a question for Richard. I mean, if we're doing, you could do one contract for the whole Otago, which, and I'm just checking that.
Yeah, there is a requirement, a direction of procurement policy for local balance with other things, cost, efficiency, expertise. But yeah, acknowledging and even when we award those larger contracts, we often find subcontractors within those that are the local providers, but not necessarily set up to take part directly in those bidder tender processes. So the team and Brett, who's very experienced in this space, from the tender reports I've seen, do run a good process, and there is that direction to where it is balanced with cost and other things. Local contractors or benefits to local economy is one of the things that comes through that process.
Thank you.
Neil.
Thank you. Can I just go back to the Glenorchy situation, because I'm kind of intrigued about how come QIDC are doing what I would have thought was a function of ORC of the flood management and banks. Did not been asked that question.
They do the flood bank is the short answer.
Okay.
So in there are cases where a TA can take responsibility for a challenge and for a natural hazard. For instance, the stormwater networks traditionally are also managing a flood hazard. So that line can be a little bit blurry. In this case, QLDC built a flood bank. Initially, it was morphed into a flood bank come track, and they're willing to continue to own it.
And
to be encouraged.
One quick one, Michael.
Well, that raises the interesting question of who's legally responsible. So I assume we have responsibilities to protect people from natural hazards and from flooding. I'm particularly thinking around, as you know, Cyclone Gabriel and the failure of the flood banks in the Hawke's Bay. If that failed, and to protect the people of Glenorchy from a flood as a result of some engineering or structural defect, are we held liable, or is that the QLDC's responsibility?
Yeah, so there's probably a few parts to that. One, there's potential to be held liable for failure of infrastructure where it can be proved that there's a lack of maintenance or lack of intervention when a defect is known about, or but there is those occasions are rare. But when they do occur, there's typically the infrastructure owner that is held liable and responsible for that outcome. So if you're asking specifically about Glenorchy, then that would fall with QLDC. If you're asking specifically about flood bank on the Torrey,
that's ours. Okay, thank you.
So Tom, just a final one. So you've set your budget. You're comfortable with the plan, and are you comfortable that will continue the good work you're starting to do now on the Kakanui, the Waihemo, the Waianakarua?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Don't worry about the Pomahaka though.
Well, someone from the Pomahaka can ask that, but I'm specifically, look, we've done a heck of an amount of work up there getting our ratepayer confidence up and the team's been doing a lot of really good work. And if that budget's sufficient to keep that good stuff going, that's just superb with me. Ladies and gentlemen, we will flip the page and not quite needed at the moment, but emergency management. Have I done that right? Have I put the right page?
Yes, you have.
Look at I suppose it is science and resilience, isn't it?
Just so the emergency management team report through to me, but I'll obviously service the wider region for their staff that sit within TAs, but they're and work really closely with the TAs. And we have a group office that provides support to those staff as well. But the teams are centralised and employed by ORC, and their programs are funded through a general rate across that is collected across the region. So the emergency management work plan is set out and monitored through a joint committee of mayors and chair. And monitored through a CE group. We haven't proposed a great deal of change here because that would require reasonable conversations with all of those parties, plus there isn't a lot of that in this work program, and the work will kind of make sense at this point in time. So happy to take any questions.
This plan will go to the incoming joint committee as well, just for a discussion to ensure that program, there's a level of comfort with the program and planning that Matt and the team have undertaken. So again, one of those things that we're presenting what we think the budget will, Matt set a budget largely based on the year just been. It may be that the joint committee have some questions and suggestions that will then have to come back in February as part of our final proposal.
Thanks, Richard. Questions? Neil Gillespie.
Just noting things like this, this is more of a get my head around the bigger picture. An example here of the tsunami study was another money being taken out, but that again could go back to, is that a climate change type thing? Hazards, sort of one of these mini situations where it can sit in different piles, different camps. We just make a call and put it in one, so that's where it sits, and then move forward on that basis.
Yeah, so that work is still programmed to be delivered through the seeding budgets. But as I said before, we have staff within other teams that are able to feed into it. There's two parts here. One is we think we might be able to get a little bit more of that done internally with some of the modelling expertise we now hold, a little bit more than we would have done otherwise. There still will be a consultancy requirement, but the main change here is a rephasing. So we'll start the work a little bit later in year 3. It was originally going to be completed in year 3, and we'll complete it really early in year 4, but it just spreads the rates impact a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
This is a beauty, really, isn't it? Because the government's going to take over this, indicating that it will set national structure. So I'm assuming that they're going to transfer all of the staff as well as the responsibilities to some national body. Is that how you're reading it as well?
There's obviously been a number of reviews of civil defence emergency management, and when they talk about a review of regional functions, this is currently a regional function. There is a National Emergency Management Agency that oversees it at the highest level, so there is potential there to absorb, if that was the direction. What's come out of the reviews, and it's something the minister's really strong on, is locally led response. So it's how they balance potentially drawing all of CEDA functions into a national agency versus still ensuring that local communities can lead response. It is one that I think if you look at the existing structures, potentially lends itself to national delivery as part of that functional conversation. But again, that's a time and place conversation if we get to that point in any local government reform. So it hasn't been factored into this planning, but I know that Matt is thinking about it, as are the other controllers around the country, and those, they are regularly in contact with the National Emergency Management staff as well.
There's currently a coronial inquiry, Richard, into the failure of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council and its civil defence team in part, and its warning. I guess the key here is we have an emergency or a flood tomorrow, as you well know, and I'm just interested if we're ready for something as catastrophic as that, because they weren't, and the results was catastrophic. So
Yep. So we're well aware of the recommendations that have come out of the reviews, and you're right, there'll be further ones that come out of the coronial inquiry. I'm confident in the processes that our team have in place and the relationships we've got with the TAs who play a critical role in any emergency management. Can I guarantee it 100%? No, I can't. And obviously the scale of the emergency will dictate that to a point, but I'm comfortable we have good processes in place and we'll be able to respond should we need to.
I guess what I'm trying to say to you is this is one area I don't want you to save money.
I heard that.
So this is one area that I think something could go wrong tomorrow, and I just want to be assured. I mean, tsunami study, that's not going to help us tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure that you think that we have got everything in place, so we don't need to upgrade in terms of meeting those needs.
And I suppose that's a good message for Neil to hear in terms of the conversations he'll be having with his joint committee colleagues starting on Friday afternoon. Because ultimately they will, that is the group that oversees the program that our team develop. And so, they'll be asking the questions around adequate resourcing and ability to respond in Otago.
Excellent. Can I just, if it's a direct, real quick, as I'm running out of time, but if you have a question at time, yes. Thank you. No, good.
I'd like to hear you now.
No, we've got plenty of time coming. We're sticking to the annual plan. We've signed that off now, and thank you, Tom. Appreciate that, and appreciate the good work that Neil will do on Friday, and he'll discuss that over lunch with us. Transport. Sorry. Is it the one? Yes, have you got any coal on the burner?
I think so. Check with them.
Good afternoon. Transport. They're focused. Perfect. Anita.
Awesome, thank you. So transport is broadly BAU. What we do have in transport is a 3-year cyclical plan review cycle. So RLTP, Regional Land Transport Plan, is on 1 3-year cycle, and Regional Public Transport Plan is on another. So you'll see there is some additional funding because we are ramping up our Regional Land Transport Plan as required next year. Otherwise, it is just continuing to do what we have been doing. One of the key discussions is total mobility. Obviously, that's been a conversation. Sorry, I'm not going to use that word.
But it has been a disaster.
Yes, and there's a paper coming to you next week. Next week on total mobility. That's one of our more challenging areas around the country. This budget has the costs for the Queenstown improvements that were rolled in on 30th of June. And no change to staffing. Also has in year 2, the current year that we won't be doing next year, is the intra-regional connectivity work. So Oamaru to Dunedin is funded for this year only. Dunedin to Balclutha, Alex to Cromwell to Queenstown, and the Wanaka Upper Clutha business case. So they're all one-off year 2 funding, then obviously not repeated in year 3. And the only reason I point that out is that means there is no funding for community transport in year 3. So the money for Oamaru does the trial, and then we'll come back to you with the monitoring of the trial, and we're also anticipating a workshop next year on community transport more generally ahead of the results of that trial. And that's all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Quick. The comm staff is of 2. Is that in addition to the comm staff that are elsewhere in this budget?
No, same 2.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Thank you. And the ferry?
Yes.
There's a saving.
So you made commitments in this year's annual plan to continue the ferry and approved the contract. I will say, as a bit of a sneak peek, for the first time in a long time, we're seeing increased fare revenue on the ferries with the new operator.
But when's the contract? Does the contract last until the end of this financial year, or does it go beyond?
Goes beyond.
Yes. Until when?
You approved it when you're in Oamaru in July. I'd have to go and have a look. I can't recall. Apologies, but I haven't connected.
So in other words, it's not for us to tinker with in the 26-27 annual plan?
No.
Try and put more money in.
No, I don't. I want to save money for the beleaguered Queenstown ratepayer.
Kate, I think you had a question. Oh, sorry, Alan was next. Sorry.
Thanks. Just going back to your comments about the community transport, I guess I'm a bit concerned about that, since we have supported that in year 2 in Oamaru, North Otago, what the implications might be of not having any budget provision for that, or was that never envisaged as an ongoing thing?
It was never envisaged. It was a one-off rate that was collected with, and it was anticipated that NZTA would co-fund. When NZTA didn't co-fund, you decided to repurpose that money that was collected. I wouldn't recommend putting money in at this point because we don't know what the trial is going to tell us.
Yeah, so I guess there's that uncertainty. We're waiting to find that out, and then there may be decisions down the track.
Yes, and so what we want to do is have a discussion with you, a workshop and direction on community transport in general ahead of reviewing the results of the trial, and then we can have the conversation as part of the LTP in terms of, is community transport a space that ORC wants to continue to support, or is it not? So that's sort of forecasting forward in terms of what we're looking at.
No, so looking forward to the LTP with a potential gap, I suppose, in year 3 of this one. Okay, thanks.
Further questions?
So when we talked earlier about on the first page, community, so customer and governance. So there's a substantial amount of customer and governance as answering phones on the and doing pay cards and everything, but they're not ascribed to this at all. So I think that sometimes it's up to 30-40%.
Yeah, it is very high in terms of, but it's just captured under that customer services team within customer governance. It's not allocated within transport.
Okay, I mean it's just we've got comms in here. And it's just it's such a big part. It's good to note that it is so well used. I presume.
That is.
Further questions? Councillor Noon.
Anita, the Transit app, which has been around for a while, its reliability is marginal. And is there any plans going forward in the budget to review its effectiveness and potentially looking at some other regime that operates more like Uber does, for example, where you can actually physically track how far the bus is away?
So the challenge we have with the Transit app is it doesn't speak to our real-time tracking, so we have to manually do that, and that's why it is sometimes not ideal. We are working on a program for LTP on infrastructure and asset renewals and upgrades, and that would be part of that bigger picture stuff. But it is an area we know that we can improve.
Matt?
Just a quick one. So the key risks in this area, so the MOE, for example, in Queenstown, and their potential withdrawal of school bus services. Is there any other potential risks that you can foresee in terms of funding or logistics challenges for this portfolio?
I guess what I would say is we get our funding for our continuous program on a 3-yearly cycle, and it's directed by the government policy statement on transport. There was a shift in this term because there was a focus on roads of national significance rather than PT. That can dictate sometimes what we do, and things like the Upper Clutha business case with the view to understanding what transport might look like in the basin. That can only go so far, and it's predicated on whatever we come up with being co-funded by NZTA, and there's no guarantees around that space.
How far through that 3-year contract with NZTA are we at the moment?
They're on the same cycle as us, so we're year 2.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Anita. We might just sneak into internal services, and we can replenish our internal services. Nick, welcome.
Great. I'll just do the intro here. So internal services are the backbone for our council operations. Our role here in internal services is to provide the tools, the systems and the support that enable all of the other activities to deliver for Otago communities and our environment. So our plans for 26-27, we're continuing to focus on people and culture. So building a skilled and engaged workforce underpinned by a positive and inclusive culture. This area includes our health and safety programs, as well as our capability development and our HR systems and processes. Also our infrastructure and our technology. So we manage 10 sites, 10 property sites across the region, as well as over 100 vehicles within our fleet, and also delivering IT services that keep the organisation connected and secure. We're also progressing with the Iris Next Gen project. This is funded from reserves, and we're also optimising our existing software to reduce duplication in IT systems. This internal services also includes financial services, which Nick can speak to. But in terms of the budget, there are increased budget for internal services. This is primarily through an increase of $1.3 million for our property. This is due to, or it reflects a full year of lease costs for both Aonui and Queenstown offices, as well as the corresponding increases for those sites with rates, insurance and electricity. There's also an increased budget for IT software license fees, and this reflects the actual costs for those services which we utilise. At the same time, we've looked at budgets and we've achieved some savings through lower fleet costs, through smarter procurement and also fuel efficiency and consolidating our safety checks across the fleet. We've scaled back our IT enhancement project significantly, and we're leveraging existing platforms rather than buying new ones. We've also deferred a graduate program that had been planned for year 3 of the long-term plan and streamlined our HR processes through HRIS system that we've just launched recently. These changes are delivering efficiencies, but will not impact on service delivery for our teams in the internal service space.
Questions? Councillor Laws.
The rental costs. You've just they've gone up 1.25 million change from the annual plan. So where are they broken down, please? So you've just mentioned, I think, Queenstown and the headquarters across the way. What's the increase in those, and what are they expected to be now for the 26-27 year?
So the increase from annual plan is to reflect that we've only budgeted 6 months for the lease cost for Aonui, which is around $2 million. And
so that's $2 million for 6 months.
$2 million is the full year cost.
2.6 million.
So which is it? We're paying rent of 2.6 million.
That's full years. That's the budgeted full year rent for Aonui. Yeah, but this year, the current year is only budgeted 6 months. Whereas when we get into 26-27, we've budgeted for the full 12 months.
Right.
So additional 1.3 in that effectively.
So of the 3.8 that I'm looking at for the proposed AP, the 2.6 of that is the lease across the way. What are the other rental costs?
So we've got other rental costs for Queenstown sites, Oamaru, and Alexandra.
So the rental costs of those are $1.2 million total. That seems very expensive.
So this is not just rental costs, it is all of the associated property costs. So that includes rates, electricity, insurance.
Okay.
And
okay. So the OPEX for over here, for the headquarters building, they'll probably be less than 1.2, won't it? For the others, because the OPEX over there will be included of rates, insurance and electricity too. So that's in addition to the 2.6. Yeah?
Yeah, so we've assumed, but then we get changes in other in other costs. Other thing is, while we've put the additional rent in, we were already factoring the rent for here.
Yeah.
So it's a net cost increase from there. Because we're currently paying 6 months, we budgeted for 6 months worth here. But yeah, look, I mean, the simple answer would be, if you want all of those costs, we'd have to go away and give you a table of them, because even I will get confused just trying to throw numbers around off the cuff.
No, fair enough, but I'm just trying to work this out. So the rent's 2.6, but then you've got to add, as you say, the rate, the insurance. I don't know why we're paying rates. Wouldn't that be the Port of Otago paying those?
Yeah,
Depends how your lease
it
is set up.
depends. Typically, a lot of commercial leases, particularly if you're the sole tenant, depends on whether it's done on a gross or a net basis.
So are we going to be paying rates or not?
We haven't finalised and determined that.
Okay.
Yep.
And then your insurance and
But
your
we're assuming that we would.
so you'll have a cost. We all know you'll have a cost of what it's going to cost above line, above rent for the headquarters building in any given year. Yeah. So you'll know you'll have a budget for 26, 27 for the headquarters building, rent, rates, if any, insurance, electricity, cleaning, maintenance, the whole works. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we get that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. The other one is the reduced vehicle fuel cost. How did you get to that? Because it says bothers over everywhere. Have you changed the fuel or what?
Yeah, we secured a contract with BP, and that has led to savings. So we introduced that on the 1st of July, and year to date we have saved $25,000 in what we would have otherwise paid at the pump.
Okay. You've got over 100 plus fleet vehicles. It's always been a mystery, sort of been a black hole in actual fact for most governance, for most councils, because there's just this fleet and it just sort of keeps on going and you don't inquire into it. I'm wondering what process do you use to ensure that you're using that efficiently? Like one of the things is rolling over new stock all the time. It's always, whenever I see in Hawke's Bay, in Central Otago, there's always new regional council vehicles that I see and I go, wow. So I'm assuming it doesn't sort of last 5 years, it just gets rolled over pretty quickly. Why is that?
Yeah, so we maintain the fleet so that they're safe and fit for purpose. So those I guess requirements change, but importantly, we access all of government funding for not funding, but terms in terms of purchase for vehicles. And based on the best return, we get the best return for selling those vehicles. So effectively, it becomes quite how would I phrase it? So cost neutral, yeah, a little bit, but there's probably a little bit of expense. If we sell vehicles as they are newer, we will get more for them that would then go to buy new vehicles.
We've got Michael. We've also, I don't know if you remember the meeting, Kevin. Well, there was it's a new vehicle tracking system that's been installed on all cars, e-roads. So that was installed, must be a year, coming up a year ago, which allows us to have much better oversight of actual use. So how often are these cars being used versus how often are they sitting in the car park? So it enables Tammy's team to be far more strategic rather than just saying, yep, we'll fire another car into the fleet. So, we expect if we are adding vehicles, it's because there's a specific need for them.
It's a lot. I mean, obviously it's a big expenditure in any given year, I guess. The other thing is, when you talk about a positive and inclusive culture, what do you mean by the word inclusive?
What I mean is that people are all included in our culture, that they feel safe and engaged in the workplace.
Right, so they feel comfortable working here.
Yes, that's part of it. Yes.
Is there another part?
No, it's good enough.
Is that
Okay, your question?
No, I didn't have one.
You didn't have one?
No, sorry.
Cool. Thank you. Any further questions on internal? Thank you very much, team, and apologies, staff, for putting you over your lunch break, and Jasmine will just give me the schedule. I haven't quite stuck to it. So we'll sort that out at lunchtime. How long would when would you want us back for, Jasmine? Let's go back here at 1:45. Thank you.
What are we doing this afternoon?
Oh, we are now being recorded, and we have now, there's Mr. Dolly at the other end, so my eyesight's still good. And we are now going, it is of the slides that were given to page 12 onwards. And that's where, is it expenditure by activity, the first one, Nick?
Yep.
Yeah, food for that, and
yeah, so so we can just stay on the slide, but the one a couple of back just had what we'll cover. So this is more of the detail on the actual financials and the summary and the overall result and the rates of what you've just seen and all the information that we went through this morning. And that second bit on the estimates by significant activity, I've got slides in there, so whether you'd had a look at those or not, but more detail on that little box that had OPEX and rates that was in this morning. So we probably don't really need to go over those ones in a lot of detail because I'm sure that you've already sort of looked at them in conjunction with the other ones. But this is more, I'll go over the overview slides, and then there's a few other 2 or 3 other slides at the end which have got a bit more information, and then we can just see what you want to dive into in more detail and discuss. But the overall summary of where we've landed, when you consolidate up all of those all of the operating expenditure that you saw in the sheets today. So by significant activity, you can see there we end up with I'll just increase the size of mine a little bit, end up with just over 148 million. So that second column in that's got the sort of the bright blue up the top, that's the draft annual plan where we've landed. Comparing that to the column in yellow, which is this year's annual plan. So overall in expenditure, there's an increase of 7.6 million, which is 5.4%. That is actually a decrease from year 3 in the LTP. That's the boxes that are sort of over in the lot with the light blue headings, because ultimately when we talk to the public, we have to say where our annual plan for the 26-27 year is landing compared to year 3 of the LTP, because the LTP is ultimately the position we said we were going to be in. Where it gets confusing is when we talk about what the rates increase is going to be, and what our expenditure increase is going to be, we compare it to this year's annual plan. So that's why we've sort of got to bridge the gap between the two. So what we do see is our expenditure has decreased from what we said we would be spending in year 3 of the LTP, but it's still an increase compared to this year's annual plan. But obviously that increase is nowhere near as big as what it would have been if we'd stuck with the expenditure that was in the long-term plan. So when you look at the 7.6, if you go through those, we sort of don't need to really dive into them a lot, because a lot of these you've already discussed these, like things like there's a decrease in expenditure in regional planning. So, that was the one that Anita talked to first up. Land and water, again, there's a planning element in there that's decreased. Air, again, there's the planning aspect is decreasing the expenditure. Climate and hazards, about halfway down, you can see is going up 1.5 million in operating expenditure. Tom talked to that. That's the driven by the LiDAR increase in expenditure. And then transport, obviously, is the big piece of the increase in expenditure, 5.8 million, which that's got the two networks, Dunedin and Queenstown, with with the bus services and ferries in Queenstown, and then other is where total mobility sits. So that's the operating expenditure. The next slide, if we want to, who's driving the slides? Remind me to drive them. Can I drive them? Can I? Okay. Yep. So then the next one is the funding impact of that. So again, if you look at that second column in, it's got the 148.3 million, and that's comparing back to the 140 million, and that's what we've got to fund this year. So obviously the revenue requirement is going up the total of the 7.6, but the top two lines are the ones that everybody that gets focused on, which is the rates impact. So rates this year is 68.5 million. So that's, and remember these numbers are all GST exclusive. As we go through all of our financials, at some point we do show some that are GST inclusive, because that's what the actual ratepayer gets, but all the numbers initially are GST exclusive. So rates are going up in the financials and the model that we've done to 71.6 million, so 3.1 million increase in rates, and that's 4.6%. And that's made up of a 2.3% in general rates and a 6.5% in targeted rates. You can see out to the side, obviously, if we'd stuck with our original LTP year 3 expenditure, so in that first light blue column, we would have needed rates of over 80 million, and that would have been an 11.8% increase. So if we hadn't have done anything and just stuck with exactly what the expenditure was, we would have been looking at 17.2%. So rates are down to 4.6. Other key things to look at when you look at funding, operating funding, you can see grants is up. So that's again, that's the grant funding associated with the increased transport spend, because NZTA is obviously funding their share of that, and grant funding for LiDAR. And also a couple of lines down, bus fares. We always say fares, it's actually got Queenstown Ferry revenue in there as well. So it's passenger transport services fares are up 1.4 million. And then right down towards the bottom, use of reserves, we're using 3.5 million less reserves. I've got a slide that sort of covers off where that decrease in reserves sits as well. Next slide is it's the statement of comprehensive revenue and expense. So again, this is the looks at the same as what you've just looked at in the previous two slides, but just gives you the traditional SCREE, comprehensive statement of comprehensive revenue and expense, or it's the P&L view of the total revenue and expenditure. So again, you can see rates up the top, 4.6% increase. You go down through, you can see the line items of the operating expenditure is broken into the 5 key line items that we split it out into. Operating expenditure, total operating expenditure is going up that 5.4 million. So you can then see there's two surplus and deficits that we look at. One is just purely revenue less expenditure, and then the other one brings in the other gains and losses, which is for the annual plan next year is just the gain on the managed fund, plus there's a small gain on the other investment property that we've got. But that 1.393 million is largely the increase on the managed fund. This year's annual plan had a bigger number in there because it factors in, we've assumed a gain on sale of selling Stafford Street. So whether that comes to fruition this year or not, but that's why it was budgeted this year, and that's why there's that decrease in other gains and losses. But overall, once you factor all of that in, the very bottom line with the operating surplus deficit, the annual plan this year had us at a small surplus of 560,000, and the draft annual plan at this point has us pretty much the same, only up 200,000 at 758,000. The surplus deficit, this is actually it's one level up, so it excludes the managed fund or gain, all those other gains and losses. But you can just see there, that's where the movement is in the areas that are in surplus or deficit. And to be in surplus or deficit means that we're either using reserves as funding, or we're actually rating more and putting more, having more funding going back into reserves. The one that got talked about earlier this morning, and I had that wrong, it's got nothing to do with the helicopter. It's actually like the governance and community there. That 350 is this year's budget where we're using reserves to pay for the elections, whereas next year's draft annual plan is assuming that we're just rating for the elections to put it into the reserve. Most of the areas we've sort of talked about before. Land and water, you can see in this year's annual plan, we're using 715,000 of reserves. That's the carry forward from last year's underspend, and it's not there this year. There is a small use of 100,000. I can't recall off the top of my head exactly what that's for. Biodiversity, biosecurity, you can see $2 million use of reserves each year. That's for the large scale environment fund. So we assumed it was going to be, or budgeted for it to be, reserve funded this year, and then we've used that same assumption for the next year in the draft annual plan that got talked about earlier. The climate change and hazards, the use of reserves there is the increase is driven by the LIDAR. So what we've assumed there is, although we've got the grants, there's still a need for the local share, because the grant funding is only going to fund 60 to 70%. So as the spend is all happening this year, it's actually happening, some of it is happening in this year's annual plan and then year one. So we've assumed that the grant funding will come in, with the work will be done over this year and next year, and then the local, the portion that we've got to fund will be spread over the next 4 years. So over year 3 of the annual plan year that we're looking at, plus the first 3 years of the next LTP. So that's why that one's got a slight increase in reserve funding. The transport there, both of the transport networks there for Dunedin and Queenstown in this year, in the AP year in yellow, should be actually in surplus, i.e. we're rating more, because in both of them we're rating for the historic deficits. The reason why it's then a deficit in this year is because we were carrying forward $550,000 worth of funding that was underspent last year. And then next year, you see, we've got 1.6 and 400,000. So a bit over 2 million. It's about 2.1, 2.2 million that we're rating that to repay historic deficits. So between those things, you can see then we end up going from, 4.2 million deficit this year to a $600,000 deficit next year.
Councillor Laws.
So, sorry. Can I go back to a couple of the slides you've already done, right to the start, if you don't mind? That's the one, thank you. Is that one? Sorry, the next one. Thank you. So at the moment, you've got general rates, a 2.3% increase in general rates after today's changes, after this.
No.
No?
No.
So this is based on what then?
It's based on what you were reading this morning.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Well, didn't I just ask that question?
No,
no,
this is the operating. It says operating funding.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's based on this, though.
Yeah, based on that. No, it's not based on anything that might have got discussed and might end up changing subsequently. Yeah.
So, and that leaves you to a total revenue of 5.4% down the bottom right-hand corner.
Well, the 5.4% is always, that's got to match the operating expenditure increase in the previous slide. But that there is to balance that, that's why I just went through that surplus deficit or the use of reserves, because that's your balancing item.
So given the changes that are proposed in this document today, what is the overall rate increase proposed for the draft annual plan?
4.6% up.
What I thought. Yeah.
That there. But that's we've got a slide that comes later where we'll
about to come.
Okay.
Make sense of that 4.6.
Right.
Page 17.
So, and you're about to give us another slide to show how that 4.6% is going to disappear.
Well, yep, I've got a couple of slides. One is sort of what drives the 4.6, and then what because that's what we've got based on the cost in the model. We've then got some funding options that can reduce that to meet the requirement to get down to zero.
Sure. The staff and personnel costs are going up 2.8%.
Yeah, that's on the previous that's on the next slide. You can see that.
Yep.
So on the screen shows one back,
and
so that shows there. Just about halfway down, 2.8%.
But the total number of FTEs for the AP 25-26 and the draft AP 26-27 is now the difference. Is
that's on the slide that we were just getting to.
4.6
FTE decrease.
So it's minus 4.6 FTEs.
Yeah.
Okay.
But minus more for the predicted increase for next year. Because it was going to go up next year. So the difference between what we're proposing this morning and what it would have been is
bigger.
4.6 and 4 or something.
Sorry, is that right, Richard? Yeah. So
compared to this, compared to this year, and compared to this year's annual plan, the draft annual plan is decreasing 4.6 FTE. If you compare it to what there was a higher number in year 3 of the long-term plan, I think it's more like 9 or 10.
No, what I was trying to work out was, given that you've taken the 4.6 off the AP in terms of FTEs, and there's a 2.8% increase in staff costs, so I'm assuming that's just wage and salary revenue, reason for that expenditure increase. Is that correct?
Yeah, so all of what we did is you start with year 2 of the annual plan. So we started with that, and obviously then we've gone through and had to adjust a whole lot of the work programs to, in some cases, line up with things that were in the long-term plan that weren't in this year, like LTP costs and all of those different things, and particularly through some of the other work programs where there was projects that are already continuing, things like transport. We know that contract costs and different things. But if you take this year, we then apply inflation, an uplift, and so those inflationary costs go on to this year, and then from there we go through and review and adjust out any costs that we
So are
can.
you saying that the personnel cost isn't wage and salary, it's wage and salary and what?
So personnel will have in there, it's not purely wage and salary, there will be other things associated like superannuation. Or
So those are remunerations.
They're still remuneration. Anything that's in there is remuneration.
So it's remuneration to start. Okay, that's the first thing.
Yep.
The second one is contract services to consultants, which are going up 57.9 million to 66.2 million. Why is that?
So
It's a 14.3% increase.
Yeah, a little bit of that is just typically what we've done, and when we produce financial statements that go into the annual report and the actual annual plan, the contract services and consultants and other expenses are grouped together. So we only have a requirement to actually split the costs into four categories. So we don't find that useful because a big part of our other expenses relate to those things, contract services and consultants. But the biggest part of it is contract services, which is bus contracts. So in this case, that $8 million that's actually increasing is all pretty much, virtually all relates to public transport. So because we've got the increases that if you went back to that very first activity slide, transport costs were going up about I think $5.86 million, and then the natural hazards is going up because of LIDAR. So that $8 million is virtually all accounted for in those two lines.
So it's not going up because you're employing more consultants or spending more on them. It's to do with the services you're mostly contracting for public transport.
Yeah. So
engineering. The level we report that is, you're right, Mark, because I picked it up when I was having a chat tonight. Contract services and consultants, it's rolled up in this. If you took that apart, contract services is the whole increase. Consultants, if anything's possibly gone down or stayed the same. And contract services is with the accelerated resilience funding that Shane Jones has put out for the engineering team, plus bus contracts is the whole lot.
Okay. And the dividend for the port remains the same, obviously, at $20 million, yeah?
Yep.
Cool, thank you.
So where we'd got to was
page 15 or something.
Yeah, a couple of slides on from there. That one. So the rates increase. What the rates increase, the key drivers there. So I've got a total there of just over 3 million, which accounts for 4.5% of the 4.6% that we're seeing in rates. It gets quite complicated because you can't just take a particular cost increase that you might see and say, oh well, that all applies to the rates increase, because different costs have a different weighting, or they're funded differently. Some might not impact rates at all, or they do to a lesser degree. So we've done the analysis just to show the key drivers of that 3 million increase in rates. So the first two are the reserve funding that we carry forward. So already in this year's annual plan, we reserve funded 700,000 in policy for the land and water plan, and 550,000 in PT in Queenstown. So straight away that reserve funding has been removed from the draft annual plan, so it creates a rates increase for us. We've got the property overheads, which is the the rental impact of Aranui and Queenstown, the rates, the other things that that we talked about just before lunch. Inflation, we've shown the impact of inflation on the operating costs, but excluded PT and flood and drainage, because the public transport rates impact we've shown separately down about halfway down. Flood and drainage, the inflation impact doesn't really have an impact on rates because of the way we fund the flood and drainage schemes, and largely because we're effectively funding the capex over the life, over a 30-year period, and we're also smoothing the OPEX impact. The actual impact on the draft annual plan year rates is minimal, so we haven't we haven't put the inflation increase in there because we're effectively not rates funding that in the next financial year. We've got the personnel cost increase, so that the personnel costs gone up the 1.168 million, which that 1.16 million is net of the 4.6 FTE decrease. Overheads, there's other overheads that are going up, which excludes the property overhead. So that's around things like the other IT costs that we've got around just licenses, software costs. There's other things in the finance space. We've got increased costs around around our rating and postage and valuations, etc. Then there's a line there that shows savings that, as the managers have gone through and looked at every area, they've then gone and looked at what's in there, and where possible is there any costs that they can just remove and take out. So across, I haven't put them down by specific activity because it's just across all the activities that you're looking at, and there, most of them, there's a lot of sort of 20, 50, in some cases you might be into the 100 or 200,000, but most of them are just a lot of small amounts have just been taken out. And what it does is it, to a large extent, offsets the increase that comes through with inflation and on the personnel costs in particular. Then got, if you go back to the screen, there's the depreciation, there's an increase in depreciation, there's an increase in interest costs as well. So those are all driving the number up, sort of just in general across all activities. There's some specific activities that have rates movements. PT Dunedin is actually only driving, the rates there are only going up 138,000, so it's fairly minimal, particularly considering that it is the rates for PT Dunedin are quite big. The PT in Wakatipu is going up quite a lot more. It's going up over 700,000. That's net of the 550,000 that we've shown is the impact of the fact that we were using reserves this year. So if you added those two together, in fact, PT Wakatipu has got a 1.2 million, over $1.2 million increase in rates. That's driven by the just the increase in service and cost there. The next four are sort of just putting all the policy and planning items together. So we've looked at the items in the activities. There's land and water, air, and the regional planning. Within that, all the net overall, there's a decrease of 1.3 million. but within that, it does highlight that there is additional work in there for doing the coast plan that's netted off the land and water plan. So the land and water plan work is dropping 1.5 million. There is a offset by coast plan work, but overall, the 4 planning areas are decreasing the rates requirement by over 1.3 million. And then there's the LIDAR, the timing of that and the amount that we're funding next year means that there's an increase of just over 200,000 in rates from bringing that project forward, and us having to rate and fund the amount net of grants. So the overall rates increase of 3.148 million, which is 4.6%. All of those items that are listed there sort of explains all but $100,000 of that. Gives you a feel for what the key drivers are.
Michael.
Sorry, I'm sure you've explained it already. Why are we spending almost $1 million on a coast plan? Additional $1 million?
No, sorry. I'll just clarify, Councillor Laws, the way that our budgets are set up are against those specific domains. But essentially what we've got in year 3 of the LTPs, our annual plan year, is money for a natural environment plan and money for a spatial plan. And it just happens that they're broken up on the existing way that we run our budgets. So it's not specifically for a coast plan, it's for coastal aspects of the new natural environment plan, and then for the land and water aspects of the new natural environment plan. So it's not
for
an RMA plan, it's for a new plan.
That's what I was referring to this morning when I said that the budgets that have been built in the policy and planning space are our best estimate of what's going to be required under the new resource management system. But when we come back, and if we think it's substantially different enough, we'll find a way to have a conversation before we just drop that February report on the table. We will be able to very clearly set out what we have included in the budget for what purpose in accordance with that legislation we have now seen. But what we have here is what we think we will need to deliver over that year 3. And as Anita said, our finance system is set up with coast, land and water, air and regional planning. And so we drop our money into those buckets. We could call it something else, but this is just reporting out of the financial system that builds the budget up.
So this is in addition to what we were going to fund in the long-term plan 3 years ago. We hadn't anticipated we would need to spend an extra $1 million in year 3.
You can see there that other money's fallen away. So land and water planning, air plan, regional plan, all
I see.
decrease.
So the decrease in there. Oh no, but
That's a net decrease overall of 1.3 million, but we're still leaving some money in there so we can undertake some of the work we expect to be required under that new system.
And if in February, Michael, we will have a more definitive idea of what government actually wants us to do, and the team will adjust the figure accordingly in February.
Stop being a pessimist.
So at the moment, okay. So these are indicative. These numbers we have no sort of
just not specified in quite the way you would.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, so next slide is then a summary with some funding options. So shows again the 68.5 million this year going to 71.6. So that's the 3.1 million increase, 4.6%. So then just some funding options to get that down to 0%. The first 4 are all around forecast underspends in this year. So the same way that we'd forecast underspends last year, which in transport and land and water planning, we've identified as we've gone through our Q1 financials, which you'll be getting next week. That's coming to council, the Q1 report. We've then done a forecast. the three policy areas, so the regional planning area, the air plan and land and water planning are all underspent in Q1, which is what you would expect. And we're forecasting that underspend to continue, and that's where we think it's going to be at year end this year. And land and water science and monitoring is also forecasting an underspend of 300,000. So if you take those four areas, the forecast from this year, we're saying that we're potentially going to have, or we're forecasting to have, just over $3 million worth of underspend. And if we carried that forward, we could use that to not rate, because we've rated for activity that's not going to occur this year. Also there we've put flood protection and river management. Overall, across those activities, rates are going up 633,000. We think that we could take the opportunity to just apply a zero rate increase across all of those activities. We think we think particularly in river management, most of the scheme, virtually all of them, I think there might be only one that's that doesn't have a surplus, have the reserve in surplus currently. So we think that it would be all right to not increase the rates in those areas. We've got the reserve, and all of those areas would get a more in detail look at what we should do when the LTP is done. So if we did zero all of those rates increases here, it would be 633,000 saved. So if you add those, if you add all of those five up, that saves just under 3.7 million. So in fact, that would push it slightly below zero. I've got a slide, might be the next slide actually, shows the rates increase by rate type then. So on the left-hand side is our current rates increase, which is the 3.1 million, the 4.6. And then it shows out the right-hand side, if we adjusted that, so the flood and drainage schemes and river management, if all of them were assumed to have a zero rate increase, that would save the 634,000. Then applied 2.5 million of the carry forward underspends from this year, because although what we've identified is a forecast of just over 3 million, I've done this just to get to an overall zero. And so if we applied those funding options, you would then end up with a zero overall rates increase. So rates in total would stay the same as what they are at 68.5 million. It would actually mean there that you then ended up with general rates would decrease, targeted rates would still have an increase overall of 4.9%. But as you can see line by line, it varies. All of those river management, flood and drainage ones would be at zero. But some of the other targeted rates like catchment management, biosecurity, etc., would still have increases. And the big one that stands out is the PT in Queenstown, which still has a big increase. It has an increase of just over $1 million. But the rest of them, the increases, are not particularly significant. General rates is going down 1.8 million. And most of those other ones are all spread over, particularly like general rates, catchment management, biosecurity. They're spread over all ratepayers in the region. So the individual movement will be relatively small. But PT Wakatipu won't be, because it's only spread over about, I can't remember off the top of my head, but about 17,000 ratepayers. So that will be a more significant increase for that pool of ratepayers.
Alan, then Michael.
Thanks. Thank you. Look, I just want to make sure I understand this, because I'm not quite sure if I do. So on the slide previous to that one, yep, that one there. So that up the top where it says 4.6% rate increase, that takes into account all the stuff, these savings we talked about this morning.
Yep.
All right. So for the year 3, 0% or minus 0.8% reduction on rates, that's achieved by carrying, well, basically reserve funding, about 3 point something million, and that funded by an expected surplus in the current financial year. Is that right, or am I barking up the wrong tree?
2.5 of it is from the, the carry forward from the current year. The 630,000 would be in those river management and flood and drainage. Is just effectively, it's not from underspends this year. It's just saying that we'll hold that, and those balances would, the reserves will effectively fund that in the current year, and then we'll reassess what the long run rating requirement is when we do the full LTP with a refresh of the operating funding and capital that's required.
Right. Okay. So we're relying on having to do quite a bit of reserve funding because we're making a surplus in this current financial year. We feel that's reasonable to do, even though in many past years we made quite big deficits, and you might have thought, well, it would be good to build some of that up again. However, it shows, yes, okay, I've got my understanding right. Anyway, thank you.
Yep. Kate.
So just to that point on the reserves for the river management, and I may have completely misunderstood. We had, I think, when we did the long-term plan last, the principle that we would do all operational. We'd have a balanced budget and we would cover all operational. So all of those river management are in surplus in order to cover those?
I think
so.
All but one of them. I think one of them is Clutha's in deficit because it's had
substantial.
So the rest of them are, but it was a little bit different in flood and drainage and rivers because there was still some capital work in the rivers, and because of the nature of how particular the operating funding can happen in those, we still smooth the rates requirement over the 10 years. So we are sort of accepting that the reserve the surplus deficit in that reserve might fluctuate, but we try to keep the rating requirement just growing at a steady rate.
I understood that. I thought that was just for CapEx, not OpEx, but I know that they get fudgy.
It's for both, because what we do is we assess where based on CapEx being repaid over 30 years, we know what the balance should be at the end of year 10 based on the capital program. So then we smooth the rates to get to that.
Well, I should probably ask the auditor question because the auditor has pulled us up. Does this pass their operational test of meeting a balanced budget?
So that's why I showed the slide that showed the scree, because that shows that in fact that what they're looking at is that bottom line surplus deficit. So they're not looking at it at each individual activity, and in fact by the legislation says that we should be looking for a balanced budget, but it's at the council level as a whole. It doesn't mean that you have to do it at each individual activity.
Okay, no, that just
it's 560.
I'm not on audit risk anymore. I don't have to worry.
Kevin?
Yeah, Michael, I'm just replying to a comment made by one learned Councillor Wilson and thanking her for her support. Your question, Councillor Lawless.
Could you please take me through this again? Why the public transport and occupancy has gone from 3 to 4?
So that's just it's driven by the cost increase. So part of it is driven by, we did reserve fund 550,000 in this current year, So you get an impact of that. But the rest of it's driven by the increase in the cost of services and the services being provided. Did you want to jump in, Anita?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, Councillor, as you may recall, we had some service improvements that we rolled in on the 30th of June, including additional frequencies on some of our routes and a new route from Arrowtown back road into Queenstown and things like that. So that's the cost. That's always been in the LTP, those service improvements, and that's just the cost of those.
Okay, so is it a potential for us to talk about increase in fares in Queenstown to compensate for some of that?
The next slide, I've got a couple of things on the next slide, which is just some cost options, but also got funding risks, because down the bottom there, we've already assumed fare increases. So we put it as a risk, because hopefully the fare increase estimate is accurate, but there is a risk that patronage might drop off and we might not see the increase that we've got.
To clarify though, I think Mark's making a different point. Our assumed fare increase is more people on the current fare, which I think is different to your point.
Oh, is that right?
Around.
Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, I'm actually thinking raising. Yeah.
And obviously there was the RPTP, which had some further work to do on zone faring and in terms of coming up with, at the moment, we've got a flat fare. So there is some more work the transport team have to do as a result of the RPTP. But what Nick's talking about is we already have made some assumptions based on just growth we're seeing under the current fare structure.
Right. So we still have a decision to make about what the fare structure will be for 26, 27.
No, so
we could, to increase revenue.
So we're currently doing some work on the zones and the modelling. It was directed through the RPTV, but that won't be ready in time for annual plan conversations. Because I've only got a couple of staff doing it, and so that's a resourcing matter. I don't have funding for it, but I could outsource it to a consultant potentially.
There was a plan developed post LTP, RPTP. The acronyms, Regional Public Transport Plan. So I should say that first, the Regional Public Transport Plan we completed, which reset the fares, and we put them up, and they went up 1st of September or 1st of October. And so there wasn't a plan to review them again, given they've only just gone up 1st of October. It's not a program. It's your call, but we won't have done the analysis on what that might mean, because it was done to inform the increase we've only just made in the last couple of months. So we don't have the data to debate that now. That's the current situation as it stands. There is still a conversation you could have. We would just want to bring a bit more information back around what the team are currently working on as the next stage of that fare review.
Okay, it's a major increase in expenditure. It is a community of pay as you go. It's already been heavily subsidised by under-stressed community in some way in terms of regional rates. The people who are using that service are employed. It is a relatively affluent community in terms of being employed. It isn't Dunedin. So I'm just thinking to myself that an increase in fares would be generally absorbed and reduce that expenditure. And I would like to think that we were going to discuss it going into the annual plan as a potential revenue source for ourselves. I don't anticipate, but I'm sure there'll be some planning done that would lead to much fare drop-off. This is a community that's employed almost in toto in comparison to Dunedin. So the same socioeconomic structures are not in place. And the potential to recover more of the fare, more revenue from this area and less rates is something that I would have thought we'd be considering, given that everything's on the table for this annual plan. Kevin.
No problem to consider that. No problem to consider that. And if you wish to have a debate or gathering and talk through that, we could do that. But these figures to get the draft underway are based on the actuals and the recent price increases. But certainly we can have that debate and probably again through the portfolio leads and sit down and say, well, are we at the right spot and what would be the time frame to do that sort of stuff? Councillor Wilson.
Oh, it's on that point. Can I just understand the process for changing repairs? Is it an annual plan one or is it a regional passenger transport plan matter? Because I thought
I'd want to check that, Kate. Before I have that answer. But I mean, I've taken on board and we will anticipate that question. So we'll make sure we have that information to understand what the process would be, because it's not as I understand. But again, I want to just go and check.
yeah, no, I mean the tools are in the plan.
Correct.
Yeah, and
That's right.
yeah, we didn't nail it.
Hilary.
Just thinking that, I would have thought that since the fares changed in September, you'd want to give it at least 6 months, whatever the process might be, to look at it again. Especially because that takes it to the end of like school holidays and things. What difference any school
The plan did request staff. I'm looking at Andrew because he was on the panel. So it was there was some work that staff were still required to do off the back of the plan, mainly around zones. But that would also, there is an opportunity within there as well. But I mean, Hilary, I guess that was my point. 1st of October is not long ago that we've just had that change. But again, to Kate's question and to Michael's point, we'll just clarify that process, and then at least there, and we can come back obviously before February to let people know what that is.
And because this is going to be a moving feast a wee bit because of the uncertainties and things, if it was, we waited till at least 6 months after the change, we still have got time to look at it in the end of the annual plan budgeting thoughts, if it turns out to be. So leaving it later to have a look seems to me it gives us better information. That's all.
But can I say a couple of things? One, the fares wouldn't come in until the 1st of July, or it's sometime after that when the new plan. So it's not February. No,
that's right.
And the second thing is it's an increase, quite a significant increase that has an impact upon rates.
Yep.
It's probably the most significant looking through today.
It is. Yep.
And then just the third thing is that, and it's an issue that we haven't discussed, but I know I campaigned on, so did Gary, so did you, and that is the subsidy that non-public transport ratepayers are paying still for public transport in Dunedin and Queenstown, which I regard as grossly inequitable and unfair. And so we haven't factored that into this equation yet either, that my Cromwell ratepayers or Alexandra or Wanaka are paying for public transport services in Queenstown and Dunedin that they are unable to access. Now that's wrong, and we want to explore that again during this annual plan process.
So we weren't proposing consultation on any.
No, you wouldn't be. But that's something that's got to be driven from the governance table. I accept that, Richard.
Yeah.
I'm just alluding,
alluded to it, and my suggestion would
and
be
Oamaru is paying for it as well.
Would be I am reminded regularly, at least at the moment, we have a bus service that is functional and people are happy and smiling. But I would suggest, councillors, that you grab, and it's a service based on money that our ratepayers are paid for. That's another issue. But councillors, if you get a hold of the portfolio leads of transport, and you could have some nut out on figures and get some things directed through that. Excellent, thank you.
Just on
and Councillor Noon, then some more.
There's the work in the zones, as Richard mentioned, and also the fare capping, looking at that option as well. And just on the fare increases, there was some analysis done that you needed to be quite careful about the timing of fare increases and also the volume that you jumped up each time and the impact on patronage. There was a wee bit of a juggling act to not go too far.
I
at
understand.
once.
Yeah.
Could you just turn your mic off when you Alan, thanks.
Yeah, look,
I'm concerned about another risk we may be creating here with the current concern about percentage rate increases and the likely limits coming to rate increases. By artificially keeping rates in year 3 low, by funding some of that from funding that from reserves, you create a real potential problem for year 4. And I think that needs to be considered seriously in terms of what you'll be able to do because of limits on possible rate increases at that point.
I think that's from the chair, I think that's a very, very valid point, but you will, of course, look that we are going into a long-term plan situation next year, and that would be the time for us to really look at our services and rearrange things to ensure that we are delivering exactly what we need to be delivered, that we have the rate setting correct. But it certainly is a point that we have to watch, that all of a sudden we don't have to jump above one of those rate setting when they come in, which I think is 29, is it? Or yeah,
it's a transition.
There's a transition period.
By 27.
But absolutely valid point. Thank you.
Well, watch councillors.
Further questions on the slide. Carry on, Nick. Thank you. Neil. Oh, sorry, Neil. Sorry, mate. Sorry. I'll let you talk this time.
Yes, all right. I think Alan's point is really valid because you run the risk of what successive local government council have done is kicking the can down the road and it catches up. And I think it is right they do a long-term plan process. But my logic says doing this now, you know you're going into long-term plan year with probably at least 4.6% to make up if you carry on doing what you've done this year because of how you fund it. So it doesn't mean the decision will be wrong, but it says that you have got your back against the wall before you start.
Yep.
And with all the other uncertainty that's out there, I don't have a particular problem in that because that's we don't know what the framework's going to be, where we're going to be. But it's something to be really mindful of and make sure that we explain that to people. So that's what we've done for this year. And next year is going to be different in some way, shape or form.
Cost options and funding risks.
So then the next slides went through each of the activity areas. So this just gave more breakdown, and this is what I was referring to earlier, Neil. You know, like if you looked at that one down the bottom at the region plans and policies, that was the it was the community and governance was the first one where this came up. You can see there the operating expenditure in that area was the 15.498 million. Just gives the breakdown there of splitting that out into the 5 cost lines that we put it into, and then you can see there as that one as an example, you can see where it's funded from, and the drafting and plan, it's all funded by rates revenue.
So Nick, these are a photograph basically of what we went through this morning, but in greater detail.
Yeah.
And so what I'd probably ask on here, unless you want to go through these line by line, have anyone in their pre-work for today have particular questions on any of these next 5 slides?
Yeah. The only one that we did that is slightly different than the level that you saw it at is the transport one, where we broke that down in the previous, in the A3s that you got. Transport was in total. We've broken it down here into the 5 activity levels below there so that you can see, for example, Dunedin and Wakatipu, and PT other is where total mobility sits. So that's just probably that level's a bit more useful for you.
Are people comfortable with that approach? Yeah, no problem, Matt. Question there. Yep.
Just a quick question, and a little bit speaking to Michael's query there. In terms of in that transport slide where it says rates revenue, you could also then break that out into general rates revenue and targeted rate revenue.
Yeah, we can do, but here we just showed it as rate revenue in total.
If you don't mind providing that to us as portfolio leads for the transport, we can just understand what that breakdown is, would be great, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. We just did it at total rates because
Stopping
it's less lines on the page.
Big enough. So if you're comfortable with that we've had, and you haven't got particular, we could go to other information. Yes.
So other information, I've just got three slides on here. First one is FTEs. So this is just a summary of the FTE information that you saw in all the individual A3s. So just splits it across the directorates. So it might have them, the ones that you saw earlier had FTE by activity. So they might, if you're trying to line them up, some of the teams here might be split across multiple activities, but the total is the same. You can see there where we've got a budget this year of 361 FTE, or 361.3. Draft annual plan's got 356.6, so it's dropping 4.6. And compared that on the right-hand side to what we had assumed in year 3 of the LTP, which was 365.4. So in fact, compared to what we were expecting in LTP, what we've now got is just under, basically 9 FTE less. Yep. Next slide is capital expenditure. So you can see on there, overall total capital expenditure has gone up. The big driver there is in the flood protection area. You can see the schemes there that have got increases. So that's been revised in line with the resilience funded projects that are now that we've now added to this year and next. Oh, sorry, added to next year, this year and next year. Yep. So a lot of that increases. There is grant funding associated with it, but it's also been flowed through to reflect the fact that it'll be funded over the long term. So it doesn't make a lot of difference to rates up front. And then the last slide, I just put this in from that workshop that we did. Was that back in what was last month? I can't remember whether it might have been early last month. Just the current rates. So that's what we struck this year, just to so that you've got this for context of ratepayers. You can see the various information. It's got where the ratepayer split across the district. Top right is the rates dollars paid, and then the split between general and targeted. So overall, it's still still Dunedin pays the most in terms of dollar rates in total, but the Queenstown Lakes District is paying the most general rates, and it's the targeted rates that pushing Dunedin into the total. And then the bottom ones are just the average rates by district. Got the average total rate, so it's higher in Queenstown Lakes than the other districts. And the green bar there is the average across all the districts. And then you've got general rates. You can see there Queenstown is higher. But then on the bottom right, what's driving that? Well, you can see there that Queenstown's got a much higher average capital value than the other districts, and the average across the whole of the region. So that was really just for a bit of context. When we come through with more detail on where we land with rates and rates examples and stuff, we can give a bit more context and detail on this, and where increases, where the individual increases will be going.
Thanks, Nick. Questions of Nick? He was always available to answer questions as the chair and deputy chair, whatever we call them, of the finance portfolio. And we have Councillor Byers.
You sent out an email a while ago, Nick, about LGFA debt. How has that been transferred to the port? Did the port take that through LGFA, or the council took it and then gave it to the port?
Yeah, so there's two parts to our LGFA debt. And again, we'll talk a bit more about. We've got a finance report coming next week, and we've got a treasury report, and we talk about our debt. But council ourselves, we've got $25 million worth of debt, external debt through the LGFA. But we also have an agreement with the port that they can borrow through us through the LGFA because they can't borrow direct. But we're effectively lender. We've given them a facility or an agreement to borrow up to $150 million, almost up to that limit now. And so what they do is they borrow through us so they can get the cheaper funding that's available through the LGFA. So what it then does is that has to flow through our books. So what we get is we end up with obviously the debt cost and our expenses, but we end up with an interest revenue, and the two offset each other. And we make sure that the two, we don't charge any margin, anything. We just pass it straight through. So their debt, if you like, is completely irrelevant to our bottom line because we've got the corresponding revenue that matches what the cost is. And in fact, they pay all the interest costs direct to the LGFA. So it's not like they pay it to us and then we'll pass it through. So, yeah.
So it was the port that took that debt on for port activities.
Correct.
Yeah. So, and they've still got other debt. That's not all of their debt. They've still got other funding lines through their retail bank.
What's RSC's bank debt, non-LGFA debt?
Nothing. We've only external debt we've got is through the LGFA. Yep.
Comfortable? We're going to take a break now and come back and do our comms and then have a general question and answer session after that. That's okay? So let's take a break for 15 minutes and come back ahead of Jasmine's schedule at 3:05. All right, if we can have your attention, we'll get this almost last staff part underway, which is our role of communication. And of course, our communications of our annual plan will be there's certain things we need to consider as we do it, which will be have we changed within our annual plan any levels of service significantly, or have we increased costs significantly? And so we're up to the team to examine once we give our final draft together to examine against year 3 of the L2P to ascertain if there has been significance. But I'll hand over to Ian and the team now to get things underway.
Yes, thank you. Kia ora, councillors. We met a few weeks ago. I'm Ian Telfer in the engagement team, and I have with me Sarah Bedford, some of you will know, who's the acting manager of communications. We just want to give you a little bit of an update on the approach and also just, I guess, seek some guidance from you or steer about how you want to approach this. I know you've had an intense session of numbers. This, I guess, something slightly different this afternoon. We want to just run through some of the options briefly, and I'll start by just giving you an overview, and then I'll hand over to Sarah from there. Right. I think this goes without saying, but the objective of having a comms and engagement section of this is really about firstly raising awareness of the plans, the decisions you made in the draft annual plan, checking in with the community that is where you want to go, and getting support for that, and potentially encouraging people to share their feedback. In the past, we have tended to take that line and ask people for at least general comments or feedback about annual plans, but that is an option that's open to you whether you want to do that or not. The main things that affect the approach to comms and engagement, we've listed 3 here. The significance of the proposed changes, so whether we trigger a legislative requirement to consult the level of public interest that we're seeing and that you judge. And I guess the rates impact has been a big determinant in the past, whether it's a large rise or a large fall, or somewhat similar from what was planned in previous years. There are three main scenarios that we've mapped out. If we trigger in scenario B on the right-hand side there in yellow, if we trigger a legal requirement to consult, then we would be into a more formal process around audited consultation documents, communication of the formal consultation process, potentially stakeholder meetings, council-led activities, public events, and then a formal submission, hearing, and deliberations process. As far as the decisions that have been taken so far, we believe that wouldn't be triggered, but that's a decision as well for you. On the left-hand side, you see where we are at the moment, we believe, which is either scenario A1 there is listed as communicate only, which would be that we would let the community know the decision that we've made, but we wouldn't specifically ask for feedback. Or A2 there to communicate and then add in some engagement or consultation. That would be effectively what this council did last year, or this year, 2025, for the annual plan, where we did some significant communications to let the community know what we were deciding. And Sarah will talk about that in a moment, but then did run an open submission process asking for community feedback, but without specific questions. And then that led into some hearings and final decision making around the annual plan. The stakeholder meetings then could be optional in that scenario as well, whether or not you wanted to involve that. I don't believe that they were involved last time, but they were certainly involved. Stakeholders were met as part of the process in the long-term plan. I expect that to be the same. Sarah.
Thank you. So this slide here is at this stage sort of some initial potential draft key messages. Obviously, this would be revised as we move through this process, as we get that direction on what changes might be occurring in the annual plan. But this essentially gives a bit of an overview of what the messaging could look like to the community. So in communicating the draft annual plan to the public, we're telling the story of the direction that the council is proposing and the reasons for that. We'd be looking to explain any cost savings that might be being made, any impact that would have on ORC's work, and what's proposed in the year ahead. So yeah, those would obviously be developed further through that process, looking to have more defined messaging in February with that decision making. So proposed communications approaches. So one objective in communicating the draft annual plan is to reach a broad audience across Otago so that everyone has a chance to find out more. And if we're asking for feedback, it's also to encourage people to have their say. We'd be recommending a range of channels to help us reach different people with different demographics and in different locations. I would suggest that would be the same across any of the three options in terms of whether we're asking for feedback or consultation or just informing people. By using a range of channels, we're expanding our reach, and there are more prompts for people to take action and give their feedback. Most likely would be aiming for around 600,000 reach overall through digital channels and Te Mata Puna, which is our hard copy publication. So that's in line with the figures from this year's annual plan. We're on ORC's Facebook and Instagram. We reached around 550,000 accounts, and across Facebook, Instagram, and Google Ads, our posts were seen almost 17 million times, meaning that people were seeing it multiple times through that feedback period on different channels. We also distribute around 86,000 copies of Te Mata Puna across Otago.
And depending on what decisions are made in that annual plan process, we would potentially look at targeting advertising to specific demographics or interest groups, again, depending on what that decision making looks like. Cool. So here's some of the proposed channels that we'd be likely looking at to promote annual plan or to use to inform people. So digital advertising that encompasses Google and Meta. So Meta is Facebook and Instagram. That's Otago wide with an aim of reaching around 500,000 accounts. It's worth noting that 500,000, obviously a lot of people would have a Facebook account and an Instagram account. So you'd be reaching those people on both accounts. That's comparable with the last annual plan, and Google advertising are the ads that might pop up for you on other websites, apps, Gmail, YouTube. Again, just broadening that reach on digital channels. We would also likely be recommending use of Te Mata Puna, which we distribute 86,000 copies to Otago residents. So they either arrive in people's letterboxes, PO boxes, or as an insert in a community newsletter. And copies are available in retail stores, libraries, and service centres in some parts of Otago as well. Community newsletters, so that's your local newsletter. It would be something like, for example, the Genesis in Milton, which is produced at the high school there and distributed in Milton and Waihola. Our last resident survey showed a high number of people wanting to receive and getting a lot of information from what they receive as hard copies in their letterboxes. So that's a really effective way for us to reach people in those communities. And that's what we did for the last annual plan as well. ORC's website is also a key channel that we would be looking to use for information about the draft annual plan. Historically, we have also incorporated a rates estimator so people can see what the proposed annual plan would mean for their rates. And that would be something that would probably be a recommendation this time around as well. It's quite useful for comparison of your rates. Traditional media also continues to play a really important role for us. In the last annual plan, during the consultation period, there was 2.96 million views of articles that talked about Otago Regional Council's draft annual plan. So again, we'd be looking to try and get good coverage through media. We also have some other ORC publications that could be used to help share messaging. There's OnStream, which is a digital newsletter, and On Board with Allbus, which is our public transport digital newsletter.
We'll take a break there on that. And any questions for Sarah and the team, starting with Chair Hillary, Kate, then Neil.
If we were going with A1, and I'm not imagining any reason why we shouldn't be, and we wanted to add one thing to that, what would you want it to be? Or if I said it differently, you got $5,000 to add something to A1, what would you do? That's question number one. And the second question is, how would we usually put out something that would correspond with A1? Does A1 cost any money?
Yeah, so I'm still on. So for A1, are you meaning $5,000 total budget for communications?
Well, A1 is just
inform.
Is just inform. So what would you see? That's 32. You're guessing 32,000 for.
Yes. So from the comms perspective, if the budget was $5,000, all that really leaves in terms of options would be essentially free channels. So that would be traditional media the ORC website, and then probably a mix of a handful of community newsletters and digital advertising. Te Matapuna itself costs around $17,000 to distribute to 86,000 properties. That's significantly cheaper than if we were sending a sort of snail mail with a stamp on it. And it's that last community survey shows that the community wants that direct to their letterbox communication. But if the budget was $5,000, that would be almost impossible to achieve, unfortunately.
Okay, put it a different way. If we just use the ORC website and free, whatever comes with that, and put on it a rates calculator, how much would that cost?
I think what we could do is, depending on the guidance you give us, come back with a range of options. So a low cost option with and then a slightly more higher cost option with some different things, because I think it's a little bit hard on the spot to be putting the different costs on different things.
Okay, but I just wanted to do the A1, what it would essentially cost, especially because we have, and I don't know how involved and how much it costs for us to encourage people to vote in the elections, but this table has just gone through a consultation process, and the answer is that these 12 people around the table have turned up, and people probably knew what they were about to do. So just saying, we've had a major consultation recently. So just like with the website, or one of the options could be with the website and just the rates calculator, which seems to be quite a useful thing as part of A1. So if this is what we're planning on doing, have a look and see how it's likely to affect you. So,
and if I could just, I think it's helpful. One of the key things we'd like to get from today is where the table's leaning around those sort of, if we're looking at that A column, the A1 or the A2, because that informs what the team then go away and start preparing for and bring back to the table in February.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Laws. I had a list here though. Kate and Neil. I'll go Kate, Neil, and then Councillor Laws.
Part of my questions have sort of been answered by or asked by Hillary. Can I just check? Does that go to all ratepayers if they don't live in Otago?
No, unfortunately, it doesn't. It covers 86,000 properties within Otago.
So can people sign up if they're ratepayers? Have we given them the option to sign up to that digitally?
It's available on our website.
So it's a physical document.
Yeah.
It comes out, but if it's not going to every ratepayer, that's not the best tool to tell the ratepayers unless it is subscribed to them.
If we were to make it an online newsletter that required subscription, it would have to be an opt-in.
Yeah.
And if we were able to send hard copies using the rates database, which legally we're not allowed to use, the cost of doing that.
I don't want to send it.
Yeah.
No, I want to make sure that that sort of information is available easily to every ratepayer.
So the other thing that we would often do is, depending on the timing of consultation, would be to use OnStream, which is our digital newsletter, and we would promote the annual plan through that publication as well.
But that again is a subscription.
Yes, again, it is, yeah.
Okay. So when you said 37,000, I made 32,000. Sorry. How much of that is proportionately goes to non-local social media type when you post it? I'm sorry, I think I missed something there.
So the for the annual plan 2025, the cost of advertising with Google and Meta was around just over $8,000.
Mm-hmm. And the other ones covered the other money. Yeah. Thank you.
And we went Neil, then Andrew. Oh, sorry, whatever it is. I didn't write Michael down because I thought Andrew wouldn't put his hand up, but he has. That's it. So let's go. Neil.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'm actually impressed that you can send something that's effectively by snail mail, 86,000 copies for that sort of money. That's a bargain if you need to do it. The clear thing to me about this is that my experience while trying to be elected to this council was engagement with their community by ORC, which generally everybody I spoke to, and in my view, needs to be improved. So we need to be really careful about how we, trim the cost of that, but maybe miss out on achieving that connection, because if we want to be that council that we want to be, the best one, for as long as we're going to be here, then that's going to come with a cost. I'm heartened to hear that looking at the options, saying if you want to achieve this, then you can do that. But I'm also a great fan of saying the more stuff that you can do electronically, be it subscriptions or whatever, I think is the world that we live in. And yes, there's a lot of older people like me and others that may not work for, but there's ways of the outreach as well, particularly with your community newsletters and those sort of things. So I'm kind of my question I'm asking you and answering Hillary's about saying, looking at how we can prepare options that will go forward, because I think what we want to do is we don't want to spend too much, but we've got to spend enough to make sure we make that connection. So if you don't connect with the community on what's going to be potentially a good news story, then how the hell are we going to connect with anything else? There's an opportunity here. So that's the bit that I'm heartened by. So thank you for answering that. And I just can't remember seeing that tomato puna at my place.
It certainly gets delivered to 303 Ferry Road.
I get two, you get more than one.
Yes.
Actually, maybe my dad gets it and reads it.
Yeah.
Michael,
I imagine you could think of nothing else.
your chance, Michael.
Just a couple of things. Listen, it's not a criticism of you, so don't take it as one. It's just perhaps local government in general. We had extensive communication regime 2 years ago for the long-term plan. Just to remind you that we've got 241,000 people living in our region. So just keep that stat in your back of your mind. As of the census 2023. And for the long-term plan, 22 to 34, which had, I think, an 18% pay rise or rates rise in it. Oh, no. You'd already got that.
We're gone.
You got 400 submissions. Last year, the annual plan, despite all the best efforts of the communications team, got 51. Now, just keep those in mind. 51 submissions on last year's annual plan. It's pathetic.
The bus has got 400 and something.
Yeah, that's right.
481.
So what I'm saying is that people get a bit upset sometimes, but they tend to express this in different ways rather than submissions to annual plans. I would suggest to you that the reason they don't submit to plans is because they actually don't trust the process. No, sorry, I'll rephrase that. They don't think that their submission will make any difference to the process. That's a better way of putting it. So if we only got 51 last year, doesn't matter what we do and how much money we spend. I've got to be honest with you, that's a pretty pathetic return on the money that you're prepared to spend. So I'm on your side, Hillary. The key issue here is if we reduce services, if there are cuts to services that the IRC currently provides and how they impact, and according to the Chief Executive, as a result of this workshop today, we're reducing almost nothing. Is that right, Richard?
Yeah.
That's effectively correct. And the second is we're producing a 0% rates increase, not an 18% rates increase. So I'm struggling as to what has been the result of the ORC's communications plan over the past 2 years. We know, has that been effective in engendering a public or community response? The answer is no. Why would we want to throw more money away on this when at the end of the day, as Hillary says, the greatest communication that will happen will be the election of us. It happened in October, about a month or so ago. We were elected with a particular agenda, many of us at heart. We all have the mandate to be here. About 40,000 people actually voted, which is more submissions than 51 or 400. So I suggest that with a 0% rates rise, which deals with the reason that most of us are here, we should proceed more on an information than on a consultation regime. And we've got the long-term plan next year. Now, I wouldn't normally think this, except I'm just looking at those stats and seeing what our communications effectiveness has been in engendering responses, and it's dreadful. And there's nothing to suggest it's going to get any better this time. So let's go.
So Councillor Laws, you're saying scenario A1 with a series of options coming back to us to say this is the best way to
communicate.
Communicate. We're communicating what we're doing.
Correct.
And frankly, to be honest with you, you could consult as much as you'd like. You still wouldn't get more than 51 submissions because people tend to submit and tend to get involved in a political process when they get angry, not when they get happy. So this will be the first time in the history of the Otago Regional Council that we will know that we're delivering happiness. And I would rather we communicated that happiness than consulted on how happy are you, which is the only.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. The other could be said that because we only got 51 last time because we made a heck of a lot of people happy. The next was Councillor Noon.
I'm happy to have the debate later, but I at this point support scenario A1 on the basis that we have no material or significant change to our draft plan, which we won't be adopting until next February. So providing it doesn't change, I support A1. I would like to see the rates estimator, just the idea of what period of time, you know, what cost over what period of time, because I think it is a very, very valuable tool.
I think, sorry, just jump in. I'd endorse that, particularly because there is a risk with the coverage of the discussions focusing on zero rates, and we all know zero doesn't mean zero for everyone. Making sure we have available that calculator so individuals can understand what it means for their property is important, because we do get lost in translation with the media reporting sometimes, and there is that risk if there continues to be coverage about ORC running a zero increase, when we saw today, particularly for people within the Queenstown public transport rating area, that's not the case. So it makes the rates calculator important.
And
Thanks, Richard. Gary.
I totally agree. So I'm with A1. I definitely was keen to ask about the rates indicator calculator. We already have that template, so that would still fit within our budget that we're predicting, or we're not going to suddenly learn, yes, we want a rates calculator, but it's going to blow our budget.
Well, the 32,000 is already in the budget, presumably, or something.
That actually comes out of the finance budget rather than the.
Oh,
Even better.
Spend it even more. That's right.
Yes, look, I think I agree to be able to put our consultation efforts into a long-term plan is valuable. But the communication is really important. And to communicate, you know, what's the point of this annual plan? Actually, the point isn't rates. The point is all those services that the ORC delivers around flood protection and biodiversity and public transport and all those things. And so that communication can communicate that stuff, which is what I think is the most important bit.
So is that A1? Unanimous.
Chanel.
Because I wasn't here last time, can I have some info on the rates calculator? And the calculations of understand why it would be potentially helpful, but the risks of the rate calculator in terms of confusing people, mixing our messages, setting us up for some unhappy customers. I was just wondering if I could get a copy of that so I can understand the purpose of the rates calculator and whether and that the benefits outweigh the risks with that for us. Thank you.
So we have a rates calculator existing on the website where you can go now look at your own rates and see what they are. So during an annual plan or long-term plan process,
Based on the proposals being made by the council, we put up an estimator that shows at property level what the impact would be on an individual property's rates. It's separate to the rates calculator. It is made very clear that it is based on those proposals and subject to change. And that really helps people to, I think, at an individual level, get an understanding of what those changes would look like for them as part of their submission or part of their thinking when looking at what's being proposed. It sits alongside the proposed annual plan content as well, so that it shows that they're sort of sitting together, and the messaging is clear that it is indicative, but also that, excuse me, that it's likely to change based on where the council makes decisions.
Do we have the like the traffic on that calculator?
Yes, we do. I don't have it with me, unfortunately.
The key to that calculator and whatever we do will be reinforcing the fact that we are going for a rate figure of 68.5 million, round figures, 487, I think it was. But that may have different effects in different areas, where especially it will be Queenstown, so we need to have that message in absolutely correctly, and also correctly that it is based on, I know we do slides on your current valuation, and that there is indicative adjustments made as well, so that will be a real good communication of that will take away a lot of the angst that it possibly causes if we don't put that out right. My thought. Neil?
I just want to give a plug for the rates calculator. In a previous role I had, dealing with $2 million of the rates every year to try and get an idea for budgets. It was the best tool ever. It was never that far out. You knew the risks. And I think that what Kevin just said, he said it's really important that with changes happening in different areas that people have that opportunity. And that's what we need to encourage them to use and look so they don't have the actual impact on them, because the average means nothing to most people. Well, sorry, it means everything. They think it's going to be zero. But the reality is it's an average. And, I've seen averages of that and then gone and seen 3 times that for an individual. So those rates calculators and CODC did it years and years ago. They're really, really good tools.
Chanel?
Sorry, I probably sound really stupid about that. I do know about that rates calculator. I thought it was something different that we communicated with, not the actual rates calculator. Sorry.
No trouble.
I just have one question. Sorry, I don't mean to dissuade anything, but, and I'm not going to go away from A1, but I'm just thinking if Queenstown's rates go the way they go, and there's a 33% increase in their public transport rate, what are you calculating for their rates? For them as a rate rise?
But Michael, that is just
roughly.
a notified.
I mean, the only reason I say that is because of
service.
Yeah, if
it's already part of the plan. We're not changing from the plan with that.
It was going to happen.
It was going to happen.
So it would still be zero. So when you talk about Queenstown and the changes that we've just talked about Queenstown now, Queenstown, it'll be above zero. We've just had that discussion around this table. I would like to know, well, how much above zero is it thought to be? Because if it went into double digit, you go, oh, you better consult on that.
When we bring this back in February, Nick, I'm going to make a commitment. Nick can just tell me if I'm wrong, but that previously, when we get to that point in the process, he'll bring those graphs through which show at a district level, and we can break it down by rate area as well, because we're aware that Queenstown has a PT area, then it has the broader Queenstown area, which they don't all pay for that rate. So that's right, Nick, as of February, we'll bring that data back that you always see at that time in the process, and that'll have those average rates and average increases.
We just haven't done that at this point because we need to finalise what we've got, and then we run it through our rates model, which gives us all of that. That's where it does the calculation that ultimately ends up in the rates estimated by right down at individual property level, and then we'll be able to tell where the outliers are of particular areas that will be getting, if they are getting increases, what they're getting, and which anybody who's in the Wakatipu transport at this point will be those outliers.
Got that? You comfortable?
Yeah, so that means that some areas will have a minus rates increase, won't they? Or have a rates decrease.
Minus rates, yes, otherwise nothing's decreasing.
Up there in the end.
Increase in brackets.
Yeah.
There will, though, there is quite a substantial number actually that will decrease, and then a smaller number that will actually have a reasonable increase. Yeah.
There's often a small word that can say a great big heaps of phrases, but that's good. Matt, last question.
I think that points to the A1 makes sense. It's sort of a communicate and explain kind of step rather than because yes, the blanket information gets too easily distorted. On it doesn't get translated properly. So I think communicate and explain and then I guess we've got through, for example, with Mana to Mana, we've got an engagement process there through that conversation anyway. Are there any other state partners or connections or that sort of stuff that will have that council would have informal connections with anyway, but should be addressed for that.
So we council, not other than the other agencies you all have relationships with that you choose to make the annual plan known to. At a staff level, there's a number of groups that we work with on a regular basis who, you know, at that point in the process, they're all aware of it anyway, but we would make them aware that this communication's out and, you know, they're welcome to have a look at it and provide feedback, whatever that process is. Yeah.
So am I, with the indulgence of the table, we are comfortable for the staff to proceed and come back to us with options around the format of scenario A1. We comfortable with that? Chair, Councillor Laws, you comfortable with that? Here they are, thank you. Majority rules. Thank you very much indeed. Well done. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll be on that. Yeah, that's exactly, that's all I was going to do. Right, when we're ready, we'll carry on. We have your attention, please, councillors. Even if you've been here for a while, it'd be good to have your. Oi! Thank you. We need to bring my whistle and my red card out. Right.
Yes, Ref.
Firstly, thanks staff for putting together another improvement in the paperwork that we're getting, and I know you're working on and continuing to get that better. So that's really good to see, and thanks very much for those efforts so far. We are just about on time with the schedule that I was given by Jasmine, so I should get a lolly at the end of the day. We've got time now. Is there anything that anyone wishes to, that hasn't been answered, that we need to follow up, that we need to either take to portfolio leads, or we need to take to through the CE, any questions that you're still pondering on? Kate.
Sorry, and this is hangover from the last council. Maybe we've had, or maybe Richard's had clear direction today that wouldn't happen. But one of the papers I thought we were going to get, and maybe it's going to be a long-term plan, not this end plan, is about the good outcomes funding, like doing. We talked about fires, but we also talked about septic tanks. So that the loan, and so the only question I've got, so you've got a septic tank that's cost 50,000 to do, you can't get a mortgage, you've really buggered unless you can have, the end result is a good thing, and if you can do it as a local government funded project through us. The only question I've got is, having done all of this, are there any other reports that you thought might be coming to us that would trigger anything other than an A1 response? Because I think if we were able to look at that sort of scheme, and just checking that if we changed any of our fees or charges in any minor way, whether that would be a consultation that would trigger anything. I had better ask that now.
Good question, Kate. No, I don't foresee any other reports. Other than to say we don't know what's in the resource management package at this stage, so that's probably the one unknown. So that caveat. Other than that, I don't see anything else coming that would lead to a change in the proposed annual plan that might require anything other than A1. If we were to look to engage with that ratepayer assistance scheme, which is the sort of LGNZ version or equivalent, my take on that is it's not actually significant enough to warrant to necessitate full consultation anyway. To the numbers we would be looking at an overall impact if it was a loan and not a grant scheme, different if it was grant scheme. And in terms of fees and charges, it would again depend on the quantum. In terms of what it was you were seeking to change. But if we take the paper coming on the compliance charges, for example, the way we charge, no. I'd probably just want to test that with Jasmine and Nick and Tammy, but this is Nick Amanda, but my sense is again we're not talking substantive changes, and we can include the fees and charges schedule in our information that we share through A1 anyway.
And that's good. And the only other one I think was the Clutha. We're doing either Clutha or Tyree Flood. I think it's Clutha first.
Right, rate scheme reviews.
Yeah. And that game would be totally separate.
It's totally separate. Yeah. So we are doing those.
Yes.
And the idea is that is a process that is undertaken not as part of the annual plan or the long-term plan. It's actually undertaken in between to get feed into the long-term plan.
Yeah. No, and just checking that we're all on the same page on that, because I don't want someone to say, "Oh, we've already done this." And
Yeah. And there's also a resolution left over from the previous long-term plan around public transport rates.
Yes.
That will be picked up in the long-term plan as well.
Thank you. Just for clarity.
Any further questions? We will be back in February with a council workshop on our draft plan, and then a council meeting to adopt that plan. We'll also at the same time have the comms plan presented to us. I would assume that will come to the workshop as well before going to council. And that's working to an adoption of the annual plan in May. So you'll know in between time there's just a wee bit of other stuff happening on the peripherals of regional councils. I would just say on our annual plan process, I'll get that right one day. On our annual we have Michael that will be talking to the transport portfolio leads around fares and the likes in Queenstown. But anyone else that has any questions on any particular portfolio, please talk to your portfolio leads or talk to the chairs of finance portfolio around this annual plan, and we can sit down and nut things out and find the best way to either get those questions answered or to move things forward. So don't just, anything. Let's have no surprises in February. Let's work through whatever we need to work through and make sure we have something really strong for February. So any questions? Finally,
talking about no surprises, is there any chance that we can get the calendar for next year as soon as possible? Or is that next week?
It's coming next week.
Coming next week? Yes.
You'll get it on when the agenda comes out.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and there will be some dates on there, tentative dates.
Because it's Tuesday now.
Yes,
yep, so it's
you'll have that tomorrow, and there'll be some tentative dates around submissions that may or may not have to be done with to central government reform. So again, thank you very much, staff. Appreciate the work you've done to put this together, and councillors, thank you very much indeed for your participation and strong questioning. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.